In the Arcturus star system, known for its sealed lands of magic, extraordinary events are taking place, full of secrets and mysteries that only a few people know about. Linvieth felt a deep joy as he realized that after a long and agonizing attempt, he had finally caught up with his enemy, achieving his long-awaited success. At this moment, Linvieth began to rapidly run away from the many huge stone statues. One of these giant guards was incredibly angry at the protagonist and was ready to tear him on the spot without any hesitation. A huge and formidable guard shouted loudly that entry to this area for outsiders was strictly forbidden and punishable by death. After the warnings, the guard immediately launched a powerful attack on the protagonist, giving him no chance to escape. Linvieth decided to regain his strength and regroup a bit to prepare for the next phase of the battle with his enemies. The guard sternly announced that any trespasser who dared to enter this territory would face imminent death and nothing else. Linvieth easily dodged the guard's fierce attack at this critical moment, showing off his agility and experience. After that, Linvieth suddenly soared into the air above the heads of his opponents using hidden magic powers. For massive guards surrounded him from all sides, but Linvieth began to use his magical powers to fight back. Linvieth, undaunted, asked the guards what they could do to him, knowing that his powers far exceeded their abilities. With lightning speed, Linvieth sliced one of the opponents in two, displaying his skill and power. The remaining guards also met the same fate as Linvieth cut them down one by one with quick and precise blows. After destroying the guards, Linvieth smoothly descended to the ground and began jumping on the heads of his defeated enemies, advancing forward. At this moment, Linvieth noticed something strange and assumed that even stronger opponents might come to the aid of his enemies. A mysterious man appeared in front of the protagonist, surrounded by several accurate clones ready to engage in battle. Soon there were other mystical creatures that looked menacing and were clearly preparing to attack the protagonist. One of these creatures recognized the protagonist as brave as he dared to invade this sacred land of magic. The creature ordered his partners to immediately capture the protagonist to prevent him from doing anything further. Linvieth knew that they were phantom souls imprisoned here because of an ancient curse, and that they needed the help of someone with a pure soul. For centuries, they have been among the strongest in Arcturus, barely distinguishing themselves from their prototypes and retaining power and combat skills. Reaching the 7th Emperor with great strength was difficult, making his goal even more difficult. Despite the difficulties, Linvieth remained calm and confident in his abilities, which gave him the confidence to win. Linvieth, without wasting any time, started fighting the enemies almost simultaneously, showing his readiness for battle. His victory march was earnest and confident, making him a threat to all opponents. One of the monsters, seeing the strength of the protagonist, was greatly frightened, realizing his formidability and danger. The monster, seeing the protagonist almost next to him, realized that he had no chance of escape. Linvieth did not hesitate to get rid of him, showing his determination and strength. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face, as he was glad that he was able to win, which made him more confident. Linvieth, standing in front of his defeated enemies, felt like a victor, which boosted his confidence and gave him determination. Upon seeing the new opponents, Linvieth commented on their appearance, which boosted his confidence and helped him deal with the situation more easily. At this moment, Emperor Sumer suddenly appeared in front of the protagonist, creating even more tension in the setting. The Emperor, upon seeing the protagonist, accused him of creating a riot, further escalating the situation. Linvieth, realizing the importance of meeting the Emperor, apologized for his intrusion, emphasizing the necessity of the meeting, making him more respectful. The Emperor, after noticing that Linvieth had defeated the Phantom Souls, realized that he possessed considerable strength. Surprised by the protagonist's strength, the Emperor noted that he was coming from the Mirian frontier, which made him even more mysterious. The Emperor decided to test the protagonist's true abilities, wanting to find out what he was capable of. After that, the Emperor immediately used the chiromancy technique, making the situation even more tense. Linvieth, seeing the Emperor's strength, laughed and remarked that this ability couldn't surprise him, which boosted his confidence. The Emperor, after realizing that Linvieth was not simple, wondered how an ordinary mortal could comprehend his ability. The Emperor, eager to know more about the main character, asked who he was, which added tension to the situation. The main character's name was Linvieth, and if it wasn't for that incident, he would have been wondering how to move on with his life while remaining an ordinary person. Linvieth was in agony, as he was very late, which made him more nervous. At that moment, a truck appeared in front of the protagonist, flying straight towards him, which created additional danger. His registration slips fell out and it was an accident, but the sudden time travel left him confused. Linvieth instantly didn't realize where he was after being shot down, making him disoriented. He found himself in unfamiliar territory, in the lands of the Hunmen mainland, in the Wan Cradle self-cultivation sect's Dao sect, unable to remember who this body belonged to. After accepting the inevitable, Linvieth decided to see if the sect would accept him to figure out how to move on. But in this world, the law of the jungle was in effect, where the strongest survives, and without strength he could not defend himself. It was at this point that Linvieth saw the man harassing the girl and decided to intervene. The man paid no attention to the girl's screams and stated that no one would come to her aid, making him appear threatening. Jack, determined to come to the rescue, asked the man how he dared threaten a noble lady, which showed his bravery. The man, reacting angrily to Jack's interference, asked if he was looking for trouble, which made him aggressive. The man, unwilling to put up with Jack's interference, attacked the protagonist, creating even more danger. Linvieth, being weak in this world, was unable to repel the man's attack and was wounded right in the heart, seriously complicating the situation. At that moment, Jack felt pain and felt like he could die here, which made him vulnerable. When he woke up, Jack felt the familiar feeling that each new day began as a repeat of the previous one. It went on like this for 100,000 years, Jack waking up on the same day, leading him to despair. Seeing many outstanding people around him, he did not want to stay in second positions. His thirst for power urged him to take his place. Each day started the same as the previous one. In this world, there are many ways to travel, allowing him to instantly find himself on the opposite side of the earth, giving him a feeling of complete freedom. His frequent travels to icy lands have made him more resilient and able to adapt to extreme conditions. Regular visits to the icy regions contributed to his physical endurance and preparedness for the harsh conditions. Visiting sacred lands deepened his spiritual experiences and understanding of the world. Over 10,000 years, he has explored every corner of the world, uncovering the secrets of many families. The end of the emperor's reign led to the intensification of clan conflicts. The strong are respected and the weak are exterminated, causing every sector to strive for strength. The cultivation system includes 4 main areas, but most are involved in spiritual cultivation, seeking powerful techniques, while warriors and divine aspects have only attracted a few. For unclean is the influence of rebirth, but this day was still not over, and he continued to stay at the level of a Mirian, perfecting the spiritual fusion. In contrast, the divine vision grew stronger with each passing year. At the 50,000th year, he noticed that spiritual fusion became harder to achieve, but he managed something. Linvieth also met a lot of men who attracted a lot of women. A girl once asked him if he believed he had lived 100,000 years and helped Emperor Sumeru. Linvieth recognized that his plan turned out to be one of the most successful schemes he had ever devised, thanks to carefully considered strategy and circumstances. The girl expressed doubts, thinking he might have poisoned her, given their past incidents and the uncertain intentions of their relationship. Linvieth assured her that he had nothing to do with the poisoning, emphasizing his honest intentions and integrity. She demanded that he leave and not follow her, wanting her personal space and time to think about the current situation without his interference. She went forward, and within 10 seconds she saw the light of the torch and those who intended to kidnap her, which abruptly changed her plans. The girl did go forward and was confronted by the men who were trying to capture her, causing her to be abruptly startled and alarmed. The man with the torch recognized her immediately and was pleased to find her, which caused the girl a mixture of surprise and fear. Realizing her vulnerability, the girl was very frightened at this point, realizing the seriousness of the situation and the possibility for violence or kidnapping her. The man ordered her to be grabbed and prevented from escaping, reinforcing her sense of threat and the need to immediately seek help or a way to escape. The girl approached the protagonist and asked for his help, counting on his protection and support in this dangerous and frightening situation. Jack asked the girl if she believed him now, wanting to regain her trust based on his previous actions and words. Hearing a positive response, he said that after he dealt with the threat, they could leave the place safely. Soon after, the girl is relieved when Linvieth successfully eliminates the threat, reducing her fear and anxiety. She will beg the protagonist to neutralize the poison with which she has been poisoned, realizing the danger and the need for urgent medical action. Eventually Linvieth tackled Hunmen and led the girl behind him, providing a path to safety and calm. He pointed to a tree, explaining that there was a secret passage here, providing an opportunity for their safe escape. Linvieth had been here many times. The one who wanted to kidnap her was waiting for them at the end of the passageway, which gave his words weight. The girl expressed her desire to know who dared to threaten her and demanded to find the courage to do so, seeking justice and understanding. After that, the girl immediately rushed after the protagonist, seeking safety and support, not wanting to be alone in such a situation. Reaching further, Linvieth began to turn the button to open the doors, giving them safe passage and shelter from pursuers. Moving forward, the girl began to ask if there was anyone here they should expect, showing her wariness and interest in the situation. Linvieth said they should go out and avoid encounters, suggesting tactics to avoid possible dangers and unreliable encounters. At this moment, 3 people suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way, complicating their plans for escape and survival. The guy who stood out among them was apparently their leader, which gave him confidence and importance in the eyes of the others. His name was Sai Tao Kui and he was the son of a Wang sect elder, wondering why the girl was still alive, which caused her to be anxious and afraid. The girl was furious and couldn't figure out what poison he had slipped her. The guy stated that this man would make her give herself to him completely, could have accomplished more with her cultivation level. Previously, he couldn't understand who this detached Miriam was, and what makes him behave in a manner in society that raises questions. Linvieth remained silent at this point, not responding to his provocation, waiting for the best conditions for his response when the situation would allow him to speak up. In the world of Hunmen, perfection has been valued since ancient times. Overcoming the level of spiritual radiance made learning more advanced techniques extremely difficult and demanding, requiring patience. People thought it was an indication of their strength, though it actually takes a divine and martial realization to truly appreciate their potential in battle and in life. Guy immediately ordered the man and the protagonist killed, seeing them as a threat to his ambitions and plans that could change his future. Jack saw him immediately attacked by 2 men with swords, and his face expressed no panic, only determination to face the danger. He simply closed his eyes and defeated them in one motion, displaying his strength and skill, which surprised everyone present with its efficiency and speed. The girl was greatly surprised by his abilities, seeing how easily he handled the situation, and it made her reconsider her opinion of him. The guy was surprised too, realizing Jack's strength and his extraordinary fighting skills that set him apart from the rest. Jack admitted to being a Miriam, though they could all be compared to mere animals, easily destroyed in battle and in the struggle for survival. The guy was furious, not realizing who was in front of him to so boldly confront and challenge his authority in the community. Linvieth asked the guy if he thought he was stronger than Miriam and dared to say that, after all, it was a serious accusation against him. The guy couldn't understand how the protagonist had such an awareness of his abilities, which questioned his confidence in his abilities. Jack said those were his father's words. What he'd done today was enough to stop cooperating with him, or even kill him if necessary. The guy realized that there was a messenger in front of him, and it changed his perception of what was happening and his attitude towards Jack in general. After that, Linvieth instantly disappeared using his abilities and magic, causing the people around him to be confused and attracted attention. Then Jack suddenly appeared behind the lad, making him worry and aware of the threat posed by his adversary. The guy didn't realize who he was to be treated like that and not take a knee that challenged his status and authority in the group. The sect elder had made a deal with the Fort of Unholy, and though his son had turned out to be deeply misguided, he could pose as the fort's messenger, creating tension and intrigue in their relationship. The guy said he deserves to die, but asks for forgiveness and mercy, noting that the protagonist has the energy of someone else on the Mer frontier, but will soon substage his scapegoat frontier, a worthy man for the role of messenger. Linvieth offered to cut off his paw so he could escape, showing his determination and willingness to go to extreme lengths to save him. The guy immediately started crying and begging for mercy, begging him to let him go, not to do any more harm, fearing for his life. Linvieth couldn't understand what was wrong or how he could help, for the situation seemed completely inexplicable and confusing, requiring his intervention. The guy then grabbed the knife in his hand, showing his desperation and willingness to do anything, even the craziest, to defend himself. Then he felt an unbearable pain that pierced his body, causing him to scream in anguish and agony, mirroring his suffering. He did cut off his arm and asked the protagonist if this act was enough to save him and get rid of the threat. Jack told the guy to get out of his sight, not wanting to see his suffering and the insanity of which he was shocked and appalled. Of course, the guy immediately listened to him and started running away, hoping to find shelter and rescue somewhere farther away, avoiding the consequences of his actions. The girl thanked him and asked if he could walk her home, feeling safe around him and his protection. He helped her get to Saitukui, but the toxin still remained in her system, requiring immediate intervention and treatment to save her. The girl was silent and did not know what to answer at this moment, being in confusion and fear for her life, which reflected her inner world. Phoenix of the South Sea, the air cavalry of the Wan sect, the people of the Miryang frontier have 3 years of training to control them, making his figure mysterious and powerful. He has lived here for 100,000 years and knows more than anyone else about everything about the Wan sect, and how to intimidate a cowardly son and how to control a phoenix are nothing to him. The girl thought at that moment about his words that intimidating a cowardly son and handling a phoenix were nothing to him. The girl asked if he was sure he wanted to help neutralize the poison. After all, she was betrothed to the 7th Demon Emperor. She would be his wife in 2 years. She wondered if Linvieth knew who he was. Of course he knew who he was. He is one of the 3 mate Hunmen emperors, the strongest in all of Arctogia, known for his power. Then he should realize that if the latter found out that Linvieth had helped her, he would be unlikely to spare him and forgive him. Linvieth doubts that he will be able to do anything to him. By the way, there is not much time left, about 3 hours, enough for 5 times. The girl was very much surprised that he could last as long as 5 times, not expecting such stamina and endurance. He had a very strange feeling, and something was spreading through her body, causing new waves of pain and agony. The Mounties noticed that the effect had kicked in early, and they were unprepared for this turn of events and its consequences. Linvieth was panicking himself, but told her not to do it, trying to calm her down and bring her to her senses. The girl begged him to neutralize her poison, for she felt that she had less and less time left and was dying. Linvieth said that as long as they haven't landed yet, he can't do anything, but he'll try to find a solution. After a while they will meet some girl who will tell someone not to be afraid, because he will save us. Linvieth woke up and said, another meaningless day had begun, feeling drained and tired of everything. When he saw the girl beside him, Jack couldn't understand how she was here or what was really going on. The girl called him a liar, for he had said he would go back at dawn, but he had not. He had cheated. Linvieth asked what day it was, hoping it would help him realize how much time had actually passed. He received the answer that it was July 27th, which surprised and puzzled him very much, for he had expected a very different date. Linvieth couldn't understand how this could have happened, for he was sure that much more time had passed than it turned out to be. A smile began to appear on his face as he finally made it out after 10,000 years, feeling the long-awaited release from his torturous bonds. His time loop had ended and he was finally able to get out, feeling that long-awaited freedom was now available and he could move forward. 8 Celestials, for star systems, and many who looked down on him, soon they would all be destroyed by him. Prepare for battle. The girl told him not to dare speak to her again, for who would be responsible for all his actions and their consequences? Linvieth hugged her and told her it was okay, because all the time he spent here, he remembered the first girl he was responsible for. Apparently, it was time to improve his own strength, and he would start with the Wan sect to show his might and aspiration for leadership. At this moment, someone shouted to him that his courage was enough for 2, considering he dared to kidnap a member of their sect. If he dared to kidnap a member of their sect, he had to be prepared for the consequences, because it was a serious crime. It was a girl named Yang Ching. She was an elder of the Wan sect, known for her cruelty and strictness towards outsiders. Having just dealt with one problem, he was faced with another. One of the 12 elders would not hesitate to kill without blinking an eye. Her life was not simple. The girl decided to use the dragon net to catch the protagonist, as it's her last hope of stopping him. The girl said that Linvieth would run away, because if he got caught in the net, he wouldn't get out and would be trapped. But Jack thought it was all nothing. He was confident in his abilities and not afraid of her net. He gave a thumbs up and said he would handle the situation at all. Don't worry, he was up for the challenge. After that, he began to use his power, demonstrating how much more powerful he had become during his lifetime. Yang Qing was greatly surprised. After all, This net is considered the best trap for catching animals, but he was able to bypass it. And he tackled her in one fell swoop, showing that his skill and strength exceeded her expectations. Linvieth asked her if she was interested in where her father was, for she had not known of his whereabouts for many years. He asked her to give her a message, for they hadn't seen each other in 10 years and he wanted to reconnect. The girl was furious, not realizing who he was or what he knew about her father. It irritated her greatly. Linvieth said that if she was interested, she should already escort him to the sect's territory to make things clear. Linvieth said it was already his business why he needed to go there, and she should just walk him through and explain everything. When they arrive, everyone who meets them will of course ask who they are and the purpose of their visit. When they arrived, all the men immediately greeted the elders, preparing for the possible consequences. Linvieth walked directly in front of Cheng, showing his determination and willingness to act. The men were surprised, for Linvieth was walking ahead of the elder, Kui, who also enjoyed the authority of others. Linvieth turned to the girl and said that he would get rid of those 3 chatterboxes, if necessary. The man smiled and said that the elder was unlikely to listen to him, for she often acted in her own way. Well, just at that moment she attacked the 2 men, showing her willingness to defend her interests. Everyone was a little surprised, but the situation was evolving and they realized that they would have to adapt quickly to the new circumstances. She asked who else had their mouths still open, watching the reaction to her words, showing her power and influence in this place. All the men immediately apologized to her in one voice, realizing that they had better avoid conflict with her power and status. When the girl brought him in, she asked the guy if he could now tell her why he came to the cult, arousing curiosity. Jack said that he wanted to see the head of Chin Chen, for that he needed help in arranging a meeting with her. He needs her to help organize their meeting, because it's an important step for his plans. She doubted the elder would find the time to meet with the common Miriam, suspecting the difficulty in their meeting. Linvieth asked, or did she really think so, expressing hope for a positive outcome to their conversation. He then told the second girl to go home, assuring her that he would take care of the rest. Cheng was very surprised that the girl was obeying him and suggested that he might have hypnotized her. Linvieth asked to pass his words to the elder, and she would immediately agree to an audience, waiting for a response. The unpaired meridians merge into one. Their 8 points of intersection are like yang. When the blood boils, the eye cools, everything is put together properly. The girl realized that there must be a hidden meaning in those lines, suggesting that the mistress might actually agree to meet. The girl said she would pass everything on, honoring his request and realizing the importance of the message. And after that, he heard words to keep him focused, preparing for important events. Well, just at that moment some girl was fighting a man, showing her strength and confidence. Everyone was surprised, for this girl was very strong, showing high skill in battle. Linvieth approached and asked if they practiced sword fighting, curious about their training. The men were immediately startled at the sight of the guy, for unclean feeling threatened or insecure. Jack tells them not to be afraid. He's not a bad person and just wants to chat, establishing trust. The men began to smile nervously and beg for him to spare them, realizing their subordination. The girl asked who he was, eliciting curiosity and doubt in her eyes. The men began to say that he was the reason 3 students were being punished and it was better for him not to answer, to avoid anger. Linvieth said that who he was wasn't that important. What was important was that she was using the heavenly abundance technique incorrectly. Now that's something really worth noting. Emphasizing her mistake, the girl couldn't understand how he noticed it, marveling at his insight and knowledge. Still, after a while, Linvieth would meet with whom he wished, and she would ask him why he had come. Linvieth replied that he wanted to borrow something, expressing his intentions. The girl still couldn't understand how he knew what technique she was using, which raised her questions. Let her leave her doubts behind and give herself over to her feelings, allowing herself to put all her passion into her blade to defeat her enemy. The girl asked for the Lord to tell more, seeking more understanding. Linvieth can answer her questions about kendo by sharing her knowledge and experience. Except his shoulder has been hurting lately, and whether she knows what can be done to alleviate it. The girl couldn't understand what the guy was talking about, remaining puzzled. Immediately afterward, she began to massage him, trying to ease his discomfort. The men began to argue that sooner or later they would not be able to take the girl back, expressing their fears. Cheng informed the guide that the head was waiting for him in the hall, hinting at the upcoming meeting. Linvieth was glad that he had succeeded, and now he would be able to meet the head. He said goodbye to the girl and said he would see her again, expressing hope for the future. After that, he left for the chapter, preparing for the next stage. Yang Qing called the girl stupid and asked if she wanted to reach the second level in kendo as soon as possible, and ends up doing this, pointing out her unusual behavior. She told the mentor that this person knew the secret of the final form of the heavenly abundance technique, which sparked her interest and apprehension. That the elder was sure he was too young to understand kendo, and his knowledge might have been premature. The girl asked the elders to consider, for the guy had told them to stop their doubts and just wallow in their feelings. The elder couldn't understand how it was even for unclean, doubting his words and intentions. After a while, Linvieth still came to the head, determined to have an important conversation. Oblivion is a top-secret technique of the sect, passed down from generation to generation, from whence he knows its principle. Linvieth said that he not only knows her principle, but also her weak point, raising doubts. The chapter thought it was ridiculous. The technique had been passed down for 3,000 years and it was completely closed to outsiders. She asked why Linvieth had come, emphasizing the need for clarity in his intentions. Otherwise, if he doesn't speak up, she won't be ceremonious with him. The hero suggested she be careful, reminding her of yesterday's ordeal with the Oblivion technique, after which she would need 6 months to recover. If not for his help, it would have taken her 6 months to recover. Last night she had practiced in the higher frequency body of water, but it was a restricted area or only women were allowed, which made it questionable how he could know about her practicing and the injury. Questions arose immediately, where he came from and who he was, which required immediate answers to fully understand his origins and goals. Linvieth, knowing her doubts, argued that it didn't matter how he found out or who he was because it wasn't fundamental. He also doesn't like talking to others from the bottom up and submitting to their authority, because he knows she is concerned about 2 important things right now. The head knew that this young man was on the Mirian's turn, but his energy was so overwhelming that she couldn't ignore it. The first thing that bothered her was that the unholy fort and Chile Palace wanted to lure them to her side, but she didn't trust those threats. And the second thing was that she hadn't been able to bring the circle boundary to a free boundary for many years, which caused her refinement to regress. Linvieth can help her resolve these issues if they make a deal, and that's what makes his offer very tempting. She wondered how his services could be useful, and how quickly he convinced her, knowing many secrets and details of their world. After all, he wants to utilize a higher frequency water body, which could prove useful for her purposes, providing her with new opportunities. After some time, Linvieth will meet some man, which will be an important meeting, possibly determinative for their mutual interests and future. And, of course, he will say hello with respect and courtesy, which emphasizes his upbringing and respect for tradition. It was at this point that the man asked if anyone had molested his son among the keepers, which emphasizes his vigilance and concern. The man said they did not deserve to die, but asked for clemency from Mr. Chuang, which demonstrates their dependency and fear of consequences. The man was highly enraged after these words, showing his displeasure at what was happening, indicating his power. He told them to get up and go to the head, which showed his authority and the need to follow his instructions, emphasizing his importance. They once again apologized for their actions, acknowledging their mistakes and seeking to correct them, which shows their humility. The men then turned around and walked away, leaving the meeting place, indicating the end of their engagements and interactions at that point. But right after that, some trace of ice started coming towards them, which caught their attention and piqued their interest in what was going on, creating an atmosphere of tension. The man couldn't understand what had happened, for the master had said to leave, but suddenly everyone froze. Everyone around him appeared frozen, causing the man to feel uneasy and perplexed by this strange situation and its implications. He called them useless puppies, deeming them unworthy of life for their behavior and reactions to things, which made him despise them. After that, he began to approach them, showing confidence in his actions, preparing to make a decision on further action. After a few seconds, he was ready to strike, showing his determination and willingness to take decisive action against them. The man was really sure of what he wanted to do to them based on his beliefs and reactions to their behavior. Right at that moment, the guy Linvieth was fighting with approached him, which suddenly changed the course of events. The son asked his father if the man was a messenger, which caught his attention and raised questions about the guy's intentions. He was of the opinion that messengers are unpredictable and powerful people, and hence his apprehension about their presence among the laity. Let him not worrying because he dared to touch the son of Zhuanyu himself, and if he didn't leave the mainland, then he no longer regretted the consequences. The son cried and asked his father to avenge him, which showed his depth of fear and dependence on his father's protection. The head said that she could allow him to go to a body of water of the highest purity, but she doesn't allow just anyone in there, restricting access. Linvieth said they had an agreement and he would come to the reservoir in the evening and let her join later. The head couldn't understand why not now, expressing her concern and curiosity about the delay. Right at this moment, Lima turned around because he heard something that caught his attention and made him wary. He explained that not now because he would need to deal with their guests first, which was a priority. Chuang walked over to the chapter and asked if the chapter was alone here, which showed his concern for safety and order. She couldn't understand what the elder was doing here, which caused her to question his visit and his intentions. He greeted her and told her that he had heard rumors of a girl being kidnapped from the sect, which turned out to be true. The woman confirmed that this was true, adding to the seriousness of the situation and the need for action. Right at lunchtime, a man was approaching, causing tension in the atmosphere and anticipation of events. He immediately recognized the main character as a Miriam Ba, which piqued his interest and questions about his role. Of course, he said hello to him, being polite despite the tension of the situation. The man was furious and wanted to address the woman, which showed his seriousness in the matter. He was ready to strike and asked if the guy was the kidnapper, which indicated he was suspicious. The man immediately began using his ice technique, which demonstrated his fighting skills and threat. Linvieth hadn't expected their meeting to be so tense, which brought an element of surprise. The man couldn't understand how the guy managed to get behind his back, which showed his agility and unpredictability. The woman asked what the reason for his visit was, which required an explanation and clarification of his purpose. The man asked to be excused, but is doing his duty as a safety officer, which explains his actions. The woman opined that his involvement was not required in the situation, as he was not someone to blame, and for unclean the story of that girl could have ended differently. Now that he is here, he should be given the status of viceroy and the corresponding powers, and everyone in the sect territory should respect his authority and decisions. The man congratulated the young viceroy on his accomplishments, though he couldn't understand how this man had managed to reach such heights so early in his life. The woman said that Linvieth had managed to piss him off, and Yang Qing intended to show him his actions in the next few days to calm things down. Jack thanked the woman for showing her care and attention to his problems, which made his feelings of loneliness less heavy and meaningful. Once the hero recognized his interior, he noted that it was very refined and thoughtful, which impressed him with its style and functionality. The girl approached the viceroy, expressing her desire to discuss many Kenda-related matters with him, as she considered him an expert in the field. Linvieth objected, but acknowledged that this was not for unclean today, as there were higher priority tasks that required his attention and time. There is an important matter that requires his immediate intervention, and he cannot afford to put it off until later. At this moment, the elder son was expressing the opinion that this person was probably lying, otherwise it was hard to explain how he managed to obtain the status of viceroy. The son argued that he couldn't just ignore what was happening as it directly affected his family and their future. The man thought there was something wrong here, as it would take incredible agility and skill for an ordinary person to dodge his blow. The guy guessed what had happened, since he had slipped Cindy a love potion yesterday, and the guy had probably taken advantage of her condition for his own purposes. The head, wanting to keep things secret, granted him this status, allowing him to stay undercover and manipulate the situation. With this evidence, there is no doubt of his innocence, and they can hardly convict him without hard evidence. At this point, Linvieth appeared and immediately asked to question his actions and his integrity, raising important questions of trust. The man, confused and angry, asked if he really had the nerve to invade his domain, warning that even his status as viceroy wouldn't save him. Linvieth called him an old friend, noting that he hadn't solved the mystery of the reservoir in 30 years, and now his son was doing mayhem against the bride of the 7th demon emperor. Linvieth asked the man if he needed the antidote, as he knew the deadly danger he faced without it, and offered his help in exchange for his cooperation. The man immediately realized that it was an antidote for the water dragon's poison, and realized that he could, indeed, have been sent to carry out this important mission. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man immediately fell to his knees to greet the messenger and express his respect for him. His son, however, continued to stand without expressing any reverence, which caused discontent and uneasiness among all present. The man sternly ordered his son to immediately kneel before the guy to show his respect and recognition of his status. The son obeyed his father's orders without delay and greeted the messenger, realizing the resistance would only make their situation worse. Despite what happened, the son could not understand what was going on, because his father had always told him that the guy was an imposter and not trustworthy. Linvieth told the lad that he had already shown mercy by ordering only one hand to be cut off, and asked if he would now admit his guilt. The man apologized, admitting they were wrong, and noted that the recent events with the dragon venom had been unbearable for them. From that day forward, his previous orders no longer apply, as he has realized their harmfulness and the need for change in his actions. The man sincerely thanked the guy for the help and the antidote provided, which saved his life and changed their future. He couldn't understand why Linvieth had given the antidote so easily, and he began to question the true motives behind his actions. Linvieth warned that the pill was made in winter and getting rid of its effects would result in immediate death, so caution was needed. Right at that moment, the man noticed that it was as if his heart was in chains, which caused him great anxiety. The man then assured the protagonist that he could be calm, for he was not going to violate his instructions or go against his will. After these words, Jack disappeared from sight, leaving everyone in the dark about his future plans and intentions. The next action will unfold at a body of water of supreme purity, giving the story special atmosphere of mystery and significance. The main figure of the story came to this body of water to uncover its secrets and make sense of the events that took place, which became the centerpiece of the plot. Turning around, she asked if Linvieth had come to the spot to explain the situation and take part in the important event. Jack stated that she would have to take off her clothes to participate in the ceremony, which caused confusion and displeasure among those present. The woman couldn't figure out who he was talking to now and urged him not to get cocky, as the situation was delicate and required caution. Linvieth stated that he was not interested in her and suggested that he keep his personal dignity to himself, as he sought to help her reach new level of excellence. The only way to fulfill the oblivion gap was to resort to yin and yang complementing each other, so she would need to think carefully about this suggestion. The woman agreed, saying she was willing to trust him this time, believing he knew what he was doing. Linvieth ordered her not to move and proceeded to perform his technique, which required absolute immobility. He then touched her back with his hand, using his powers to perform a design process that required a high level of concentration. The woman couldn't understand what power was penetrating her, but she felt something unfamiliar and exciting that surprised her. She felt a warming sensation spreading through her body, causing her to feel warm and comfortable. Linvieth wasn't surprised that this power made her feel good, as he knew of its beneficial effects. The oblivion technique multiplies energy, it does not generate it. If you refine it to the 9th circle, yin will become too much and reversion will begin. She wondered how long it would take to curb the yin and achieve complete control over that energy. Right now, it would take 6 months, but as she grew, that time frame would shorten, especially with the approaching Hunmen battle. The Battle of Hunmen is a battle between the mainland's major sects for the right to enter Dao, an ancient place of perfection. There are hundreds of sects on the mainland, 3 of which are considered the strongest, but Ziwang is the weakest of them all. Linvieth reminded her that now was not the time to give up, for there was too much at stake, especially now she has him, so she must follow his instructions to succeed in the upcoming trials. The woman agreed with his words and decided to follow his instructions, hoping for a better future for herself and her sect. That's all for today, Linvieth said, adding that they would meet tomorrow at the same place to continue training. Thanks to the 3 beginnings, he was able to raise his level to the spiritual frontier in a short time, which impressed everyone. A body of water of supreme purity proved to be a real treasure, enabling him to reach new heights in his development and skill. After all this, Linvieth felt great, ready for new challenges and achievements on his path. The girl informed him that a lady had been waiting for him in his chambers for a long time, which aroused his curiosity. The protagonist was curious to know who this woman was, and for what purpose she had come to him at such a time. When he got to his chambers, he noticed that the lady was already seated and waiting for him, which caused him to ask even more questions. The girl couldn't understand what he wanted her to do and felt a little confused by the situation. Upon entering the manor, he noticed Cindy there, who immediately rushed to hug him, expressing her feelings. The protagonist wondered what she was doing here, and why she was so insistent on meeting him. She had heard that the chapter had granted him viceroy status and was amazed at his accomplishments, having never seen such in other men. The girl said he was very nice and his presence gave her warm feelings and admiration. She was glad they had met and couldn't believe she had started acting like this. All her thoughts were only of him. If the 7th Demon Emperor calls her to marry in 2 years, she would rather die than let the marriage take place. The 7th Demon Emperor is the ruler of Arctagia, and he has 108 brides who will become his wives in 2 years, like stars in the heavens. Linvieth told the girl that since she was his, he wouldn't let it happen to her, and let her not worrying about it. The girl said she had to go home, because it was getting late, and by the way, that girl with the ball is her best friend. If it's not too much trouble, have him help her with her training, because it's important for her to reach the right skill level. The girl told the boyfriend that she would escort her friend home to make sure she returned safely. The main character was wondering what kind of relationship he and the girl were in and what bonded them, as it could be important. Linvieth only watched as the two girls walked home, pondering the feelings they had for each other. Linvieth told Yang Qing that her apprentice had left, and apparently she would keep him company tonight since that was the case. Linvieth immediately sensed the girl's presence, which meant that she wasn't going to leave him alone for this evening. She told him to watch his words and not forget who she was, because it was important to their future relationship. Linvieth could understand what "don't forget" meant, for it was a warning for him not to make a mistake. How on earth could he forget who she was when her presence had such a profound effect on him and his decisions? When he looked at her breasts, she couldn't understand where he was staring, because it was unexpected and strange. She hadn't expected such insolence from him, but decided not to show her embarrassment so as not to give him a reason to follow up. But she herself had suggested to the chapter that they put him on their estate, hadn't she? To find out where her father was. The girl couldn't figure out how to convince him to tell her the truth about her father's whereabouts, because it was so important. Linvieth walked over and told her to sit down, for she needed to keep him company until it was time. Let her keep him company, and when the time comes, he'll tell her everything she wants to know. The girl could not understand what the guy was talking about, for his words seemed mysterious and incomprehensible to her. Linvieth said she could turn around and just leave if she didn't want to continue this conversation. The girl said she was clear and began to move closer to him, showing that she was ready to listen to him further. She asked what she should do now, and the guy told her to stop worrying and trust him. Jack said he wasn't going to do anything to her and laid back down, covering himself with a blanket, showing that the conversation was over. After that, he just fell asleep altogether, showing that he really wasn't going to do anything else. The girl was surprised that Linvieth really just fell asleep like that, not trying to bother her anymore. She just couldn't understand why he called out to her if nothing happened in the end, and he just fell asleep. Early in the morning, she woke up, and as it turned out, she had been sleeping sitting up the whole time, which was uncomfortable for her. She noticed that there was a trace of her saliva on the pillow, which made her a little embarrassed and uncomfortable. Linvieth stood at the window and asked the girl if she was awake yet, for he had been waiting for this moment. He thought that meant they would get around any misunderstandings if they discussed and resolved everything at once. He said the battle was about to begin, and he wondered how she thought they would fare in this ordeal. With the current level of the Wan sect, if they were to participate, they might not be able to expect to win, as their strength was still insufficient. Okay, he noticed she was sobering up, but he was sure they'd be able to overpower the other contestants. The girl wondered what kind of helpers would be needed and who it might be so she could prepare in advance. The first one would be her specifically. He would train her in kendo for a month and also tweak her heavenly abundance technique. The other one was just about to visit now, and he wondered if she already knew Lunlin. He was the 7th elder, an extremely withdrawn individual, forever acting alone, living on Mount Ho. Linvieth asks her to go to Yin and rescue one person, but reminds her to be there by midnight. Yang Qing couldn't understand when she had time to familiarize herself with the viceroy, since it had happened so quickly. When they arrived at the mountain, the girl asked if this was the game, and Linvieth confirmed her guess. The elder doesn't like to be disturbed by outsiders, and generally doesn't allow strangers to come here uninvited. Linvieth asked if she was afraid, and if he ordered her to fight him, would she agree? But the elder is a very dangerous warrior, and she is no match for him, so her chances of victory seem minimal. Linvieth told her not to worry and she would need to fend off his blows and apply Form 10. The girl is not sure, but said she will try it, because it is important for her further development and improvement. At this moment, Linvieth heard that they were forbidden to be here and this place was a restricted area. And he who came uninvited must die, for such rules are laid down for all without exception. After saying those words, Linvieth immediately grabbed the girl's back to protect her from a possible threat. After that, there was a massive explosion, but Linvieth managed to save the girl by showing his agility and speed. She realized that if he hadn't saved her now, she would have already passed into the next world and never come back. Just at this moment, the very same Hunmen they had heard so much about apparently appeared in front of them. Linvieth wondered why they had come, questioning the purpose of their presence in such a dangerous and forbidding place. He reminded that this is a restricted area of the sect, warning of the consequences of their actions here. It was said that he was unrivaled in Hunmen in ball possession, but he considered it just rumors, deciding to check things out in person. The man called him an empty puppy and was determined to show his true abilities in battle, promising to prove his strength. Linvieth stated that he would not have to fight him, but those he had come along with, hinting at the fight to come. He mentioned the girl he had come with, emphasizing her importance in the upcoming battle. Chi, the 12th elder's disciple, armed herself with the red moon sword and challenged the elder to a fight. The man asked in surprise if Linvieth wanted him to fight the girl, pointing out her supposed weakness. He was sure they couldn't stand up to him and wouldn't survive, considering them a weak opponent. The man, without wasting a moment, immediately launched an attack, eager to demonstrate his strength and confidence in his fighting skills. The girl was able to repel his first blow, showing confidence and skill in combat, which spoke of her high training and skill. She then bounced off and landed on her feet, keeping her distance and ready for further combat, allowing her to control the situation. The man was surprised by her ability to dodge, which piqued his interest and confusion, causing him to rethink his tactics in battle. She successfully fended off his second strike, showing her skill and control of the situation, which strengthened her position in the arena. The third strike was also repelled, confirming her martial arts skills, making her a serious opponent in this arena. The fourth and fifth blows were also reflected, demonstrating her resilience and preparedness, increasing her confidence in her own abilities. The man became enraged seeing the girl successfully deal with his attack, which undermined his morale and determination in battle. The sixth strike was also ineffective against her skills, which infuriated the man even more, increasing his aggression and determination. After one of the blows, he flew back a few meters, trying to regain control of the situation and determine the next strategy in the fight. Despite this, the girl continued to succeed in deflecting his blows, strengthening her position in the battle and emphasizing her experience and skill. Now it was her turn to attack, and she advised him not to relax, predicting further attacks, which prepared her for the decisive moment. The man noted her courage, but expressed doubt if she could hit him even once, which sparked his confidence in her abilities. The girl started using the heavenly abundance technique, amplifying her attack and creating clones, which surprised the man with her skill. Clone swords appeared around her, enhancing her attack and intimidating her opponent, adding to her strength and confidence in battle. She ordered the clones to attack, increasing the pressure on the man, making him vulnerable to her attack and strategic maneuvers. The man was extremely surprised by her new techniques, not expecting this level of skill and adaptability, causing him to rethink his tactics. Linvieth was glad that the girl took his advice and used the suggested methods, which showed their synchronicity and cooperation. Hunmen was curious if Linvieth had taught her these techniques and how he knew about his ball's weaknesses, which added intrigue to their interaction. Their actions became synchronized as a single organism, displaying a deeply penetrating understanding of combat techniques and strategies that strengthened their alliance. The man couldn't understand how Linvieth knew the secrets of his ball, putting him in a state of confusion that undermined his confidence and control over the situation. His knowledge of the weapon proved profound, and one glance was enough to spot weaknesses on the 10th strike that surprised his strategic calculation. It was hard to understand. He could believe in the 7th, but he had never used the 10th technique, wondering where the hero got this information from. Seeing his doubts, Linvieth offered to prove his words and show his skills, which sparked his confidence and determination. He said he uses the technique King One Punch, demonstrating his fighting ability, which emphasized his preparedness and confidence. The girl and the man were amazed by the confidence of the protagonist. His self-assurance inspired them to further actions and strategic maneuvers. The man still agreed and offered to test the main character's abilities, which promised an interesting continuation of their duel and a test of their skills. Linvieth asked the man to demonstrate his fighting skills, preparing for the upcoming battle on which the fate of their world and nation depended. The man instantly jumped forward and launched an attack, showing an aggressive start to the fight that surprised everyone present with its suddenness, power, and fury. He then thrust his sword into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that threatened the protagonist, forcing him to take urgent protective measures. The shockwave reached his position, posing a real threat and forcing him to dodge with maximum agility, showing off his combat skills. A blue electric dragon suddenly appeared from the ground, enhancing the man's attack capabilities and increasing his chances of winning this battle. Linvieth had anticipated this maneuver and was unimpressed, preparing to repel the attack with the determination and coolness of a true master of his craft. The man longed for Linvieth to finally fall, expressing his desire for victory through fierce blows and an unyielding will to triumph. The dragon of a man launched an attack on the protagonist, increasing the pressure and creating a critical situation requiring lightning-fast reactions and precise defensive actions. Linvieth began to use his stick and activated his 10th form, preparing to face the enemy and repel his powerful blows. At this moment, the two dragons began to battle, displaying an incredible intensity of fighting that was breathtaking and attracted the attention of all the spectators around. The man was greatly surprised to see Linvieth using the 10th form, which was far beyond all his expectations and assumptions. Lunlin couldn't believe what he saw as he assessed the extent of the main character's capabilities, which surpassed all his ideas of martial arts. As promised, Linvieth actually defeated the men using only one stick, which was a significant achievement in the world of martial arts. The man asked how Linvieth was able to master the 10th form, showing genuine surprise and deep interest in his unique fighting technique. Linvieth clarified that he had only refined the 7th technique and asked if the man understood it, otherwise he would be disappointed with their understanding and level. The man expressed his gratitude for the instruction and wanted to know the name of the protagonist to express his appreciation, respect and reverence for his skill. He introduced himself, adding that he had recently been appointed viceroy, and the girl confirmed his words, showing her trust and respect for the new leader. The man was amazed to learn that such a young viceroy was skilled in martial arts, and asked for more guidance to improve his martial skills. Linvieth suggested that the elder show himself at the Hunmen battlefield to demonstrate his skills and prove his strength in front of everyone present. The men considered him the strongest among the men of the 3 main sects, and alone he had no equal despite the relative weakness of their sector. However, Linvieth disagreed and said that before the battle began, their sect would become stronger and would definitely find a worthy opponent. If he is with him, he will definitely take part in the battle to prove his strength and defend his sect's honor in the decisive battle. On his return, the viceroy was informed that his request had been fully complied with, which gave him satisfaction and increased his confidence in the loyalty of his subordinates. Liu Wuhan, the 3rd elder, clarified whether Linvieth had indeed asked for his release, expressing keen interest and bewilderment at such an unexpected order. He thanked the vicar for saving his life, expressing his sincere gratitude for not leaving him in distress and coming to his aid. Linvieth promised to talk about everything later, providing more information in the future, and asked everyone to be patient until the next important meeting. Jian reported that the chapter is organizing a general meeting for all the elders and the viceroy to attend, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming event for everyone. Linvieth promised to be at the meeting, demonstrating his commitment and willingness to actively participate in the discussion of all important issues and decisions. The man said he would stand up for the viceroy at the meeting, showing his support and willingness to defend his interests before the elders and the chapter. The chief said it was time for him to go to the meeting, reaffirming the importance of the event and demonstrating his responsibility to make vital decisions. They received a letter from the Scarlet Sky Palace indicating an important meeting for the next morning, causing everyone to wonder about the significance of the message. They had always regarded his arrival on the eve of battle as suspicious, noting its significance and trying to unravel the true motives for such an unexpected visit. After the meeting, the chapter will go to the reservoir of purity, charting an important visit that could have serious consequences for the entire sect and its future development. Linvieth believed that it was to probe their strength, anticipating the tests and preparing for possible trials and tests of their might. The first elder, Mohi, expressed doubts, not believing a visit was necessary at this time, arguing that it could lead to unnecessary complications and problems. The second elder, Zimengshu, thought that the viceroy was thinking to Shaoli, arguing with his suggestions and expressing his dissatisfaction and serious doubts. The man pounded on the table, saying that their words might overestimate the enemy's resolve and lead to wrong conclusions about their true intentions. He believed that there was truth in the viceroy's words, even if the sector was in decline, and that all possible scenarios should be considered. The second elder did not understand why he sided with the youngster, expressing doubt and bewilderment at his support for the young and inexperienced leader. The head couldn't understand what Linvieth had done, expressing bewilderment and serious doubts about the correctness of his actions and true intentions. The head agreed with the viceroy, but asked what to do if Master Xiao still came and made his demands or serious threats. A man offered to interrupt a couple of people from their sect to show who was in charge, but his suggestion got a mixed reaction from everyone. The fifth elder, Bizang, said that this should not be done for fear of repercussions and possible negative reactions from other sects and allies. The fourth elder, Yinkui, was also against it, expressing disagreement and warning against being too aggressive, which could backfire on them. The man considered the viceroy's proposal excellent despite the difficulties, believing that such a decisive move could strengthen their position and authority among their enemies. The first two elders were silent, leaving their thoughts without comment, preferring to wait and not give their opinion on the proposed plans of action. Lunlin supported, saying that the viceroy is young and talented. His approach is correct and trustworthy despite his age and inexperience in affairs. Everyone was surprised that the man spoke, as he had been silent on the council before, creating intrigue and drawing attention to his words. Yang Qing and Mo Cheng supported the motion, expressing agreement and showing solidarity with the man's opinion, reinforcing his position. The woman couldn't understand why many of the elders supported him, expressing surprise and bewilderment at their sudden agreement. Linvieth reassured her, promising that tomorrow it would exceed expectations, suggesting that they wrap up their discussion for the day and get some rest. The woman agreed and declared the meeting adjourned, concluding the discussion of all matters and giving everyone a chance to rest and prepare. The man asked to wait, clarifying if he had said everything correctly, showing attention to detail and a desire to clarify all the nuances. Tonight he asked to kill a man, emphasizing the importance of having him die in a day, giving it special significance. Linvieth explained how to do this, passing on his knowledge and explaining the details of the plan to avoid mistakes and misunderstandings. He began to explain the mystery to him, revealing secrets and important details that could prove crucial to the success of their mission. The man was very surprised at everything he heard, expressing shock and bewilderment, realizing the importance and significance of the information given to him. Let the man do as he said, and nothing would jeopardize their plan by providing clear instructions and directions. The man had said he would do exactly what was required, and now asked permission to leave to begin preparations for the task. Liu Cheng asked the guy to stay, showing interest in his plans and wanting to know more about his intentions and strategies. He thanked for saving his life, offering long-term cooperation and support in the future, expressing his sincere appreciation. Linvieth expressed his gratitude and inquired about the condition of his wounds, showing concern and attention to his health and well-being. The man said the wounds were not serious and he would put his full weight on the battle, assuring everyone of his readiness and determination. He promised to give a new spear of the 9th grade as soon as possible, promising support and showing his willingness to cooperate further. The man didn't believe that he was talking about 9th form and asked if he was joking. After all, in the section dominated by Zhuanyu, such achievements were not common. The Swifts had decided to take care of the other temples and would take their weapons to defend their positions if necessary, and this showed their readiness for defense. Linvieth now decided to move on to the most interesting event he had long planned to accomplish, as it could change the course of events in their fight. He had come to the reservoir again and wanted to discuss something with the woman who had long attracted his attention, expecting the conversation to be important. He couldn't understand why Chuang had such a drastic change in his attitude towards him, which caused him to have doubts, and he began to investigate the reasons. Doubts are creeping into the cornerbacks. It's as if everyone is bending to his will now, which is surprising, because it's not a common occurrence. Linvieth asked if everyone was doing this to get their opinions, and it showed that he was keeping a close eye on the situation. Well, it goes without saying that everyone but the head supports his actions, which emphasizes how he influences others. He understands her bewilderment, but asks her to accept that he's here to help, nothing more, and it's part of his plan. Linvieth asked her to come closer to tell her a secret he had long kept, and she of course agreed. Not far away from them, some man was fighting with Chuang, and their fight attracted attention, which couldn't help but disturb the observers. He was saying that there was no point in letting him live any longer and was going to finish the fight, showing his determination and grit. The man then turned into some kind of monster, which made everyone flinch, and he became menacing and dangerous. Chuang had actually turned out to be an unclean pawn, which was a revelation to everyone who had been closely watching this tense scene. The character said he was nearby and asked if she wanted to go see what was going on, and she expressed obvious interest. The head said she needed to get dressed before she went, which showed she was serious about the situation. In a little while they were approaching the very spot where the battle had broken out, and its fierceness was plainly visible. Linvieth heard the sounds and said it wasn't far away, increasing his anxiety for the outcome of this important battle. At this point, a man was just getting a stick, and the fight reached a climax when all involved were on the verge of despair. Of course, Chuang was dominating this battle and his opponent was beginning to relent, which was obvious to all the observers present. The man couldn't understand what he was doing, which added to his wariness and doubts about the rightness of his actions. Chuang said that he had angered someone he shouldn't have, and now death awaited him, which sounded ominous and threatening. The man asked if he knew who he was, which caused Chuang and his entourage to doubt, increasing the tension. He was a messenger of the unholy. That was how he positioned himself, but the real messenger had long known of his machinations and devious plans. The man, of course, did not believe these words and thought it was nonsense, which added tension to the atmosphere and escalated the conflict. The man told him to rejoice, for his morning horguvy was imminent, which sounded threatening and frightening to all. Determining whether someone is truly a messenger is difficult. The new viceroy realized that it was impossible to isolate the antidote pill. Chuang believed that the viceroy was a true messenger and was confident in this, which showed his faith and dedication to the ideals. Linvieth had been watching them closely the entire time, which confirmed his interest and wariness of what was happening. He told her to leave the questions for later and just observe now, which helped focus on current events. The man called his opponent an old dog and asked if he had forgotten who his master was, which sounded threatening and defiant. He then said that there was no more point in letting him live, indicating the end of the battle and his final decision. Chuang was quite surprised by all of the above, which caused him to have serious doubts and need to verify the facts to make sure they were true and accurate. The man went into a rage and began to transform into something horrifying, which added to the drama of the scene and seriously jeopardized the safety of everyone around him, causing them to fear and panic. He used the seventh fire invocation, displaying his incredible abilities and power in battle, which amazed and impressed everyone watching the ongoing battle. He then applied the ninth fire invocation, further increasing his power and displaying even more impressive skills, which strengthened his position and intimidated his opponents. The man said that the messenger had foreseen his transformation into his ninth form, which looked convincing and predictable to all present, confirming his power and intentions. Chuang then began to actively attack his opponent, showing his determination and aggressiveness, confirming his intentions to end the fight with a victory and crush the resistance. The man had, indeed, turned into something monstrous, which stunned all the witnesses, adding terror and tension to the atmosphere, and increasing the fear of his power. Chuang's forces instantly began to attack the man, their skull shapes adding to the intimidating appearance and increasing the fear in everyone present, making the fight even more terrifying. After that, the man also began to use his strength against his opponent, making the fight even more intense and dangerous, which made the situation more difficult for all participants and spectators. The head said that Chuang Yu was not Yingkui's rival and needed to be helped, which showed her support and understanding of the seriousness of the current situation. After that, Linvieth began reaching for some stone to use in battle and changed the outcome in his favor, giving his supporters a chance. He then threw a rock directly towards the battle, creating an unexpected moment and causing everyone to pay attention to what was happening, which was a key moment in the battle. The stone hit Ying Kai directly, giving his supporters an advantage and changing the course of the battle, providing a chance for a decisive attack and eventual victory over the enemy. The man realized that this was a chance to attack his opponent and used it to strengthen his position. After that, he proved himself to be a formidable opponent, displaying his determination and fighting skills that drew respect and fear from his associates and opponents. Then the air began to split from the intensity of the battle, adding to the tension and drama. There was almost nothing left of his face at the last moment, which was a shock to everyone and added to the drama of the event. Chuang noticed that everything happened exactly as the messenger had predicted, and he died with a single blow, which confirmed his prophecy. The noise they made was notable, and it was not worth lingering here. The head noticed that the man had left, suggesting that they go see what was going on and find out what his actions were to prevent any possible trouble or threats. Linvieth said it will take a lot of patience to deal with this situation, because it's not over and we need to be prepared for any turn of events. As it turned out, the man was alive, for at that moment he began to cough, which indicated that he was trying to play dead to avoid further pursuit. The chapter believed that the man had feigned death, which added confusion to their understanding of the situation and made it harder to make decisions. The situation had changed, and it was urgent to return to report this to the Lord of the Unclean, because the situation required immediate action. Linvieth then came out and said that it was a big coincidence, making everyone wonder about the possible consequences and reasons for its appearance. Ying Kui instantly stopped in front of them at this moment, which drew the attention of everyone present to his actions and motives. He asked the head of the viceroy why they were here, indicating the need to explain the reasons for their presence and further actions. Linvieth said that he would leave him in charge and seek out Chuang himself to look into the situation and find solutions. He began to use his weapon and said they would dispense with the questions, showing his determination and readiness for action. The elder realized that they all knew, but he was too weak to fight now, which jeopardized his position and safety. Head asked if he was really thinking of running away from them, emphasizing the need to assess his intentions and willingness to fight. After that, she immediately set about forging him, which showed her determination to help and get him out of danger. After that, he once again began to disappear directly into thin air, which emphasized his magical abilities and mysterious skills. Then, completely covered in blood, he fell to the floor after such blows, which caused anxiety and fear among all present. The head began to defiantly walk away from him at this point, which emphasized her displeasure and distance from his actions. Not to underestimate her, he tried to clean right out of her tray, which showed his determination and knack for problem solving. Right at that moment, it was as if the man had come to life again, and I addressed her by name, which added unpredictability to the situation. Said she was very possessive, which added intrigue and emphasized her influence on those around her. The woman clearly did not expect this turn of events, which was evident from her facial expression and demeanor. At this moment, Chuang was running away from the scene, which indicated his desire to avoid possible problems and threats. Linvieth caught up with him and asked him where he was in a hurry because he had more business for him, which required attention and explanation. The man was surprised, unable to understand how he had gotten where he was, which added to the uncertainty and demanded clarification. Let the man join the Lianqi sect and take the Phoenix Song spear from them. Ying Kui only pretended to be dead. If he came, his mistake would be costly. If he makes a mistake again, his head will not be blown off. The man began to ask for clemency and said it would never happen again, indicating his fear and desire to right his wrongs. After that, Linvieth told him to join, and actually left him himself, which emphasized his independence and determination. He then appeared right in front of the woman, which drew attention and created tension between the characters. He said that here comes the trouble, emphasizing the premonition of threat and the need to react immediately. Her consciousness was absorbed into Ying Kui's mental space, indicating a deep involvement in what was happening and the importance of her inner experiences. The woman was really in some kind of hell right now, which reflected her inner state and the deep emotional feelings that were literally overwhelming her. All this time, she was hanging her head down by some string, which indicated her extreme helplessness and the state of despair she was in. At that moment, she noticed something in front of her that could be the key to solving her problem or unlocking some important secret. In front of her appeared the most honorable fort of the wickedness, which added elements of mysticism and grandeur to what was happening, increasing the atmosphere of tension and suspense. She asked if he was one of the four lords of the fort, indicating her desire to know the truth and understand the importance of this being. He was surprised by her question, saying that his master had long ago devoured all the lords, which emphasized his power and absolute dominance. She remembered very well how he had been hiding from the Wang sect for many years, and every time she saw him, she felt excited and anxious. He offered her to keep him company, which may have vindicated his intentions and willingness to cooperate or manipulate her situation. He reminded her how much he loved her, which added emotional intensity and personal drama to their interaction and conversation. At that moment, his hand began to move in an inexplicable manner, which added an element of surprise and mysticism, increasing the anxiety and fear. Then his arm literally fell off. He noticed that it was the result of runes from the Dainichi technique, which added a magical dimension to the situation. Wuxia, Linvieth, appeared before them, which emphasized his active participation and significant influence on what was happening, increasing the tension. He told the monster that he was just a pawn of the fort of wickedness, not a human or demon daring to bully others, which showed his determination and confidence. The monster was surprised to recognize the protagonist and couldn't understand how skilled craftsmen showed up on the mainland after 100 years, which was shocking. Linvieth said that he could clarify everything with the Hell Lords, which emphasized his confidence in his knowledge and ability to clarify the situation. The woman came to her senses, which indicated her return to reality and recovery from her experience, and she began to realize what was happening. Barely standing up, she immediately thanked the protagonist for saving her, which emphasized her sincere appreciation and gratitude for her help. Linvieth said there was nothing to thank him for. It was nothing to him, which emphasized his modesty, kindness, and willingness to help. The head wondered if that creature was really Yinkui, which added an element of mystery and intrigue, increasing her interest in his true nature. The chapter confirmed that this was indeed his final form of demonization, emphasizing the importance and significance of this moment in the story's plot. The chapter was surprised at just how many cards the Wicked Fort had stashed up its sleeve, and wonder if they would be able to survive if they dared to stand against them. Linvieth said that he would settle things in the sect first, then deal with Scarlet Sky Palace and Unholy Fort, after which the battle would begin and the two Daho would participate. Linvieth came to Yang King's room when asked if she had already fallen asleep, expressing concern and interest in her condition, which emphasized his attentiveness. He then moved closer to her and said that the sun was up and it was time to get up too, reminding her to start a new day. Yang Qing woke up abruptly and couldn't understand how he had time to come back, which caused her to feel a sense of surprise, emphasizing her confusion. She said she had to go, for she was a Kuro under Xiaoyao, indicating her obligations and the importance of the current affairs she had to fulfill. As she left the room, she was greeted by a student, which indicated support and assistance in organizing meetings and events, showing their interaction and collaboration. She said the head had asked her to summon the viceroy, but didn't understand why she was in his room, which added elements of mystery and misunderstanding. The girl told her not to make stuff up and that she was a couple minutes early for business, emphasizing her businesslike and organized nature. Linvieth said that they were talking about him so early and he would like to take another nap, but suggested that he go since the clouds over the entrance to the territory were beginning to thicken and Wei Xiaoyao had already arrived. Yang Qing believed that only the gods would help them, which expressed her belief in higher powers and the need for their support in times of need, heightening the drama of the moment. At this moment some magical clouds really appeared, which created an atmosphere of mysticism and tension, emphasizing the unusualness and importance of the event. Xiaoyao said that they hadn't seen each other in years, and here he didn't think everyone would gather to greet him, reflecting the significance of his return. Yang Qing said he could pass, which meant authorizing and accepting his visit, emphasizing her willingness to meet and further interact. She asked what they had come to their sect for, which expressed her curiosity and desire to understand the reasons for their coming. The man said that it had been so long since they had seen each other and he missed them, which indicated his emotional connection to the group. He turned to Elder Zi and said that they had once learned from each other, but had had a bit of a fight in one of the battles, and asked how his wounds were, expressing a desire to clarify past conflicts. The elder answered him that they had long since lingered, which emphasized forgiveness and the end of old arguments. Men said then maybe he should fight one more time for the benefit of practice, which suggested an idea for achieving mastery. The chapter couldn't tell if they were personally here just for the sake of pretending, which raised questions about the motives for their presence. The man said no, of course he had brought 4 of his most badass disciples with him, for the battle was about to begin, which emphasized the seriousness of their intentions. He wants them to look at the mastery of the sect and see that their students will succeed, indicating his confidence in teaching and training his students. At this time, the sect disciples noticed that Xiaoyao's disciples had a circle boundary and knew that they cared for them, which added dynamics and tension to their relationship. The head remarked that he was not 20 years old, and when they were making no's, reaching that level emphasized his youth and ambition. Dizon thought it was chutzpah, as if the men thought there was no one in the EU to fight back, and that he would have dealt them for in one blow, which expressed his self-confidence. The man said that he was a very proud elder. It was a pity that their disciples would be competing today, but he wished that he could have some fun with him, which showed his willingness to compete. The man went into a full fury after these words, which showed his hot temper and passion for competition. Xiaoyao said that this wasn't the place to compete, and maybe he should go to the arena, which emphasized the need to choose the right time and place to demonstrate skill. Linvieth came and apologized for being late, which showed his respect for the other participants and attention to time. Everyone immediately shouted out that the viceroy had arrived, indicating his importance and authority in the group. The head said that since they waited to compete, of course they wouldn't go, which emphasized the need for procedure and order. Then they came to the Wan sect arena, which symbolized the beginning of the official events and skill demonstration. Xiaoyao had heard that Elder Zhuan was as strong as she was, so why didn't he observe him here today, expressing his interest in the participants present. The head said that the elder was seriously ill, no need to disturb him, which emphasized concern for his condition. The man said that since he wasn't coming, they wouldn't waste time and would start, which showed his eagerness to get things started. Xiaoyao approached Yuki and suggested that the first fight be under her leadership so that she could show the sect master what she was capable of, which emphasized the trust and expectations from the disciples. She introduced herself as a disciple of the Scarlet Heaven Talus sect master, her level of boundary turning, and challenged a sect master to a fight, which showed her confidence and eagerness to compete. The students were sure she would finish them off and there was no way they would go, which added an element of apprehension and tension. At this point, they negotiated that none of them would be billed. The second elder, who had the strongest disciples, let him choose some of them, which emphasized competition and the desire to bring out the best. They then turned to the viceroy, in case he had any suggestions, which indicated his role in decision-making and coordination. Linvieth asked the man if he had spoken against him yesterday and why he was suddenly consulting, which emphasized his past conflicts and questions to honesty, and not admit they were wrong. Yinkui lured them to his side to speak out against him, which showed the complexity of their relationship and manipulation in the group. Dizon realized that these two didn't even seek his advice before they started sucking up, expressing his frustration and sense of misunderstanding. Linvieth told them to be calm. He held no grudge against them, but next time, let them not make a mistake, and suggested that Chi should apply her wisdom. The girl said she remembered every word the guy said to her, which emphasized the importance and impact his words had on her. She introduced herself by name and said her level of frontier scapegoating, which confirmed her ambition and desire to prove herself. The girl noticed that everyone who was really coming into decline, and marveled that she had voluntarily gathered, probably doomed with a level that reflected her inner conflict and decisions. Everyone kept telling her to come down soon, because she would die down there, which emphasized the fears for her safety. They may be of use, but why the viceroy sent her to her death expressed her displeasure and questions to the decisions of the authorities. Yang Qing asked if the girl could handle it, which emphasized the need to assess her abilities and readiness for the difficult challenges she might face. Chiu Qiu insisted that the girl surrender while there was still time, warning of serious consequences if the delay led to tragedy or loss of control. Kalia, when discussing her wish to die, refused any talk on the subject, considering it unnecessary and burdensome for all participants in the discussion, which showed her adamancy. She then recommended that the girl say goodbye to her life, which created tension and seriousness to the situation as a harbinger of the inevitable, emphasizing the bleakness of her intentions. After that, she quickly launched an attack with her powerful fist, showing strength and determination to reach the target and finish the battle, showing off her fighting skills. She unleashed her hot fist straight towards the girl, aiming to use her power to gain an advantage in the fight, which emphasized her aggressiveness. But the girl showed excellent reactions and was able to dodge the attack, allowing her to avoid damage and remain combat capable, surprising everyone present. Chiuki noted that it was a good move, as the girl was able to avoid being hit in this way and maintain her stance, which emphasized her acumen. She then applied the Heavenly Abundance technique, the 9th form, using it to enhance her attacks and defense in battle, demonstrating her advanced skills. The girl indicated that she knew how to parry her blows, emphasizing her preparedness and confidence in her fighting abilities, which created confidence in her abilities. She then fully activated the Eternal Air Bell, creating a protective field to defend herself from further attacks, showing off her strategic abilities. Chi chose to use the Heavenly Abundance technique, reflecting her strategic approach and ability to adapt in battle, demonstrating her flexibility. Only this time, she decided to apply the 10th form, which increases her combat abilities and strengthens her defense barriers, showing her advanced level. A sort of windy zone began to form around the girl, creating conditions for maneuver and control on the battlefield, which strengthened her position in the battle. 7 moves, 5 or more. It all depends on whether you manage to strike the hardest blow and change the course of the battle, emphasizing the importance of each action. Xiaoya pointed out that it was useless because her ball wouldn't be able to penetrate the air bell, creating a protective sector, showing skepticism towards her efforts. Linvieth asked Catch if she had noticed anything unusual, trying to find out important details to analyze the situation, which emphasized his attentiveness. But at that moment a realization came to her that greatly changed her perception of what was happening, adding awareness to her actions and understanding of what was happening. Chi looked confident at this moment, knowing that her strategy would work and she would be able to control the fight, which emphasized her confidence. Chiuki at this moment began to feel a little nervous, unable to understand how she managed to overcome the shield and reach the target, which was worrisome. She was really scared because she didn't understand how she had managed to make this move and what it meant for her tactics, reinforcing her fears. After that, one of the guys will try to attack the protagonist, but his efforts will be futile and unsuccessful, which emphasized the protagonist's skill. After that, the girl almost completely broke through the opponent's shield, which showed her progress and power in battle, causing everyone watching to be amazed. Linvieth and the rest of the participants simply watched the scene, realizing the importance of the moment and their positions, which added to the drama of the scene. Xiaoya was deeply surprised at how she was able to do this. After all, it required not only strength but also skill in combat, which emphasized her prowess. Actually, the girl emerged from the thick smoke, symbolizing her return to an active state and readiness for further action, creating intrigue. She then landed and grouped herself, assuming a fighting stance and preparing for the next round of battle, showing her determination and fighting spirit. She couldn't understand how she did it, which caused confusion and the need to further analyze her actions, increasing her anxiety. Everyone in attendance was surprised that their friend was able to win, which caused both pride and amazement in their eyes, emphasizing her accomplishments. The chapter reported that the outcome of the battle had already been determined, suggesting that everyone's actions were important to the final outcome, heightening the drama of the scene. The girl told the viceroy that she was back and the head emphasized that she had done well and offered her a rest, showing care and appreciation. Linvieth told Yang Qing that his throat was dry, and she immediately realized that she needed to bring water to quench his thirst, showing her attentiveness. Everyone present noticed that the men were very surprised when the girl agreed to bring him water, which showed her care and willingness to help. Then one of them basically said he wished he could just go along with it because he was a man, emphasizing his pride. Other elders also began to express their opinions on what he was doing, adding their views and recommendations to the discussion, adding to the multi-voice of opinion. Chiuki walked over to her mentor and said that the girl was able to see a gap in his technique, which could affect his tactics in the future, emphasizing her observation. But in her opinion, the weak young man standing next to Yang Qing was unable to detect this or use it to his advantage, showing his lack of experience. Who, after all, was this man who had caused so many questions and speculations among all present, which increased the intrigue and mystery of his identity. He told Jason that he would fight next, expressing confidence in his strength and willingness to fight further, which emphasized his courage. His level had reached the 5th step of the circle boundary, and he was looking forward to facing Zi Wang's representative, showing his combat readiness. Those present noticed that he was significantly stronger than that girl, which added intrigue and anticipation to the upcoming fight, heightening the tension. Linvieth said that among the participants 12th elder no one else can be assumed, indicating the high level of all the participants, emphasizing the competition. Linvieth decided that he himself would come forward based on his determination and desire to take responsibility for the outcome of the battle, demonstrating his determination and courage. But the head warned that this is unacceptable because the levels are too different, which could lead to unsafe consequences, emphasizing her concern for safety. She reminded that in battle, he must rely not only on spiritual strength, but also on strategic thinking and teamwork, showing the importance of versatility. Linvieth landed and suggested that the guy was advancing on him, which could have been part of his tactical maneuver, showing his strategic thinking. All present felt that the viceroy had been too frivolous by going out to fight and wondered about his motivation, emphasizing their doubts and concerns. The guy laughed at this point, confident that he could handle the protagonist, which showed his confidence and aggressiveness, increasing the tension. Jason instantly activated his abilities, which showed his combat readiness and ability to adapt to changing conditions, emphasizing his experience. Yang Qing noticed that it was Nirman Al-Qaid, a high-end technique, and the guy far surpassed the protagonist in strength, increasing the drama of the situation. The guy said his rules didn't allow him to kill strangers and demanded that he identify himself, which added drama to the situation and emphasized his code of honor. Linvieth rejected the idea of death, seeking to preserve his humanity and honor, even on the battlefield where his name mattered. The lad asserted his courage not only with words, but also with actions in the arena, preparing to reaffirm his resolve in front of everyone. After the guy's unsuccessful attack, Linvieth displayed his resilience and strategic skill, which stunned his opponent. Linvieth used his fighting skills, aiming to gain an advantage over the lad in the decisive battle in the arena. Jason felt a sharp pain that made him cough up blood, which emphasized the seriousness of his injuries and the danger to his life. All the elders were stunned by the guy's unexpected action, which changed the course of the battle, causing excitement among them. The head and the girl were greatly surprised by the unpredictability and power of the events in the arena, realizing their seriousness. Xiaoyao was amazed at his disciple's easy surrender, raising doubts about his ability and discipline. The other students could not believe what had happened, which made them feel uncertain and anxious. Linvieth watched as his opponent lay on the ground, realizing the result of his strategy and attack power. Realizing the meanness of the situation, the guy realized it was time for him to run away to avoid further consequences. Pushing off, the guy tried to walk away, avoiding pursuit from the protagonist. Linvieth insisted that escape was unacceptable, showing his determination not to let him get away without punishment. Then, using his power, he created a weapon and attacked the guy, aiming to harm him. After that, the guy felt another unbearable pain, which confirmed the effectiveness of the strike and the power of the attacker. Of course, after such a thing, he could no longer stand on his feet and fell to his knees, feeling very physically and mentally exhausted. The boy appeared, not understanding who had come for him or why he appeared so strong in battle. But the man in charge said that they had already introduced themselves to each other, which should have made their relationship and intentions clearer. He then took his fist and said he was his executioner, emphasizing his role and responsibilities in the battle and the consequences of his actions. Linvieth then said he didn't need to know more about him either, which limited his interactions and disclosures. Then, after a while, he offered to continue their fight, emphasizing that there were two more on his side and they should not retreat. They offered the mentor to avenge their friend, which shows their loyalty and desire to protect their comrades. Xiaoyao couldn't understand how Linvieth dared to kill his disciple, which created a conflict between them and demanded an explanation. Linvieth asked who had indicated at the beginning that it didn't matter if there would be casualties when the battle was conducted in the arena. Now he realized who had trained that girl, which added an element of appreciation and understanding of the skill to their relationship. Linvieth believed that the man who betrayed him really thought it would end there, but the fun part was just beginning. The elder said that the viceroy's skills were terrifying, and it was unlikely that he had been trained by Elder Yan, suggesting that his level of training was high. She added that his skill far surpassed that of others, and he was probably the strongest in the entire continent. The man thought the viceroy was a resourceful man, but had no idea he possessed such frightening power and abilities. The head said to come down on the spot, emphasizing that he was becoming more determined and adamant every day. Shortly after that moment, Linvieth picked up something from the ground, clearly showing his resourcefulness and willingness to fight, as evidenced by his actions. He was holding a ring in his hand, which he used as a storage for important items and a source of power, giving him an added advantage. Emphasizing that there were only 2 men left in the battle who were willing to accept the challenge, Linvieth said they would continue their battle with the same passion and determination. Those present began to doubt his sanity, given that these 2 were more experienced and dangerous than his current opponent, and wondered if he had crossed the line into insanity. They approached their mentor, asking for a chance to show their determination and fighting spirit in the arena, proving themselves worthy of respect and attention. Xiao Yao warned the protagonist that his gaze could detect their weaknesses, and if they tried to get in his way, they would face the same consequences as their comrade. At this time, Ju Qiu ran up to the guy to assess his condition and offer help if needed, showing her care and attention to his well-being. She expressed concern that she felt bad because his ring was missing, which added more mystery and tension to the situation. Everyone in attendance was stunned to hear the news, which only increased the intrigue and sparked more interest in what would happen next. The protagonists threw the ring into the air, demonstrating their readiness for battle and emphasizing the seriousness of their intentions, which drew admiration and respect from those around them. He then questioned whether he should just stand here all day, emphasizing his determination and willingness to accept the challenge, which added elements of provocation and challenge to the communication. Turning to the head of the Qing, he expressed his doubts about the honesty of her men, suggesting the possibility of treachery and mistrust in their circle. The head demanded proof, smiling, and insisted on making sure the ring was indeed theirs, which emphasized the importance of verification and establishing trust. Linvieth asked for an explanation of what exactly is in this ring, which adds elements of clue and analysis to their confrontation. The girl said there are about 200,000 chainbats, the monetary unit of this world, which adds to the significance and value of the item. Linvieth said for them to take a closer look, suggesting the possibility of deception or hidden elements in the current situation. They eventually found another 500,000, indicating that the list didn't belong to the guy and that he knew about it beforehand. The girl immediately became enraged, accusing him of lying, which adds emotional tension to their interaction. Just at that moment, Chuang appeared and told the viceroy that he had brought what he had asked for, adding elements of surprise and changing the course of events. He then landed right in front of the viceroy, showing his loyalty and willingness to follow his orders. Linvieth said that it was great because the Phoenix Song Spear had arrived and everything was going as planned, which pleased everyone present. The man admitted that the seal on him had weakened him, but added that he already had the means to remove it, which was reassuring. Speaking of the means to break the seal, Linvieth strengthened his battle readiness and confidence by demonstrating his anticipatory preparation. But in the end, he made the decision to use his spear, confirming his readiness for the upcoming clash. After expressing his admiration for the spear, Linvieth emphasized his belief in its power and effectiveness. Xiao Yao couldn't fathom how the man ended up owning a spear meant for the sect that was preparing it as a sign of submission. Seeing the Scarlet Sky tag on the protagonist, the man was surprised, not realizing how he knew it was in the supplies. The seal on the spear could only be removed by this tag, giving the protagonist an advantage in their confrontation. By destroying the tag, he showed his determination to use it to accomplish his goals in the upcoming battle. And of course, he decided to use his spear, which was expected by all, arousing the interest and respect of those around him. Putting his new weapon into practice, he drew attention with his strength and confidence to those present. With his actions, Linvieth amazed everyone, showing his high degree of preparedness and confidence. By handing over the spear to Liu Wuheng, he expressed his trust and support, showing that he was acting deliberately and reasonably. The man expressed his gratitude to the viceroy for the gift, emphasizing his appreciation and respect for his generosity and trust. An image of a fiery phoenix appeared behind the man's back, symbolizing perhaps his new status or role in this event. The head said that the spear recognized its master, which connected it to Elder Liu, adding even more mystery and intrigue. He declared to the spear that he was now its owner, confirming his right to own and use the weapon. Xiao Yao realized that it would be better to first go to the sect to get the spear before coming here to avoid necessary complications. The elder suggested taking his time and being patient, perhaps to give him an even more powerful weapon in the future. The man stated that the weapon was powerful and he would be able to use it, showing confidence in his abilities and experience. He then asked the viceroy if he needed to detain them, showing readiness for action and awaiting instructions. Lunlin replied that he was capable of handling it himself, showing confidence in his strength and experience. The girl and her mentor were deeply surprised as they watched the events unfold in the arena, remaining puzzled as to what was happening. Linvieth asked them not to interfere, emphasizing the importance of independent action and decision-making. He warned against making plans for the Wang sect or their fate might be sealed, emphasizing the danger of interference. The man asked if he could get his name, showing respect for the protagonist and a desire to make contact. The chief declined the request, saying he was not worthy to know him now, and asked him to leave the place with determination and authority. They then decided to leave, symbolizing their refusal to continue to interfere and participate in the events that were taking place. All present noticed that what was happening were local events, emphasizing the importance of the current moment and the need for action in this situation. The head, questioning, wondered how he knew the affairs of the Lianqi sect and who provided the information, for which Xuan should be thankful. The man realized that the chapter seemed to be in an unusual relationship, which added mystery and intrigue to what was going on. The head assured that he would be rewarded according to his merits and called for expressing his wishes, showing readiness for dialogue and mutual understanding. The man stated that the sect's problems affect him as well and he will make every effort to resolve them, demonstrating loyalty and responsibility. He stressed that the situation was difficult and asked several people to follow him, demonstrating his organizational skills and leadership potential. Listing the items needed for the battle, he emphasized the urgency and importance of the preparations, including the blood of the fire beast and the vein of the winged dragon. Items had to be obtained as soon as possible, emphasizing the urgency and importance of preparing for the upcoming battle. They assured him that they could rely on him, which boosted his team spirit and confidence in a successful outcome. The head observed that he probably had a new plan, but it was unclear why the items were intended to be killed, raising questions and doubts. Linvieth said she needed patience and soon she would realize that she would reveal his intentions and plans. At the suggestion of inviting Jian Qi to the body of water above purity, the head replied that she was still too young to do anything. Linvieth didn't understand what it meant to be a babe in a place, which reflected his bewilderment and confusion. He didn't understand what she meant, which emphasized his confusion and lack of understanding of what was happening. She was just considerably younger than him, which might explain her reaction and attitude to what was going on. The woman reacted by deeming him too cocky to go to the body of water with him again, which made her irritated and unhappy with his behavior. Linvieth informed the girl that he would disappear for a while and she would guard him, showing her trust and loyalty. The girl clenched her fists and declared that she was ready to follow him, confirming her willingness to follow any of his instructions without question. Linvieth met someone and asked what brought her here, showing interest in what was going on around her and piquing her curiosity. It turned out to be Cinny, who said that her sister had mentioned as if he would appear at the reservoir, strengthening their connection and understanding with each other. Linvieth asked if she minded her friend being nearby and idle, showing attention to the little things and the people around her. She had heard how he had managed to lure people out of the Scarlet Heaven Palace, and had seen him grow stronger and stronger every day in the sect. Linvieth asked where she claimed he was the strongest, feeling her confidence and enjoying every moment of their interaction. She replied that she was everywhere, then kissed him, strengthening her affection and showing her love for him. He then pulled her closer to him, enjoying her warm touch and the closeness they shared. Jian Qi remained nearby watching. Her feelings were mixed and she didn't know how to react. After a while, she said it was time for her to leave, deciding to leave the place to deal with her thoughts. Linvieth noted that there will still be time for them, expressing a desire to spend more time together and strengthen their bond. He began using his newly acquired ring to demonstrate his magical abilities and teach her. He then ordered the orbs to be allowed to start transforming into dust, manifesting their magical power. He expected to see a definite change, working magic to demonstrate his power. Linvieth began to form an elemental action, immersing himself in his magical skills and controlling the elements. He created an elemental action, using his magical powers to control the elements and create miracles. Jian-Chi was a bit startled, not knowing how to react to his magical actions and unexpected display of power. She decided to intervene and protect the viceroy, showing determination and willingness to act at a critical moment. She used the 10th form Heavenly Abundance, enhancing her magical abilities and displaying mastery. However, she herself was hurt in that moment, facing danger and the need to react quickly. Liangaling wondered who had caused the storm, believing that it could have been the viceroy himself, displaying strength. The head noted that this lightning strike surpassed the limits of traditional magic, marveling at its power. Linvieth noticed the girl falling and rushed to support her, eager to help in her time of need. He rushed to the scene to save her from falling and give her the help she needed. He used his magical abilities to prevent her fall and keep her safe. The girl smiled and thanked him for saving her, expressing her appreciation and gratitude. She needed to sit down and concentrate to use the thunder magic needed for her training. She accepted the help, deciding to focus on magically mastering and improving her abilities. Her level has now reached the 3rd step of the circle boundary, thanks to his support and training. She thanked him for his help, realizing the importance of his intervention and support in her journey. Linvieth said her efforts have played a key role in her success in reaching new heights. Let her stay here to recover, while he goes to seek help and prepare for his next steps. He approached the elders to discuss the steps ahead and prepare them for future challenges. Lianglin noticed the clouds gathering and realized it was time to act to protect his land. Yang Qing brought a winged dragon vein, which was an important resource for their magic rituals. The man brought the trunk of the Chianso tree, necessary to enhance their strength and magical practices. He noted that natural materials were perfect for their goals to reach new magical heights. He then discussed his suggestions with the chapter, preparing them for action and bringing them together. Everything they talked about was ready, confirming his preparedness for the trials and battles ahead. He spoke of the talisman and the sansara that was to help them in their magical journey and development. She could ask questions to understand the details of their plans and preparations for important events. She scrutinized the books regarding the necessary materials and magical items for the rituals. He noted that she needed highly trained subordinates to perform tasks and magical rituals. The success of their experiment depended on the accuracy and skill of their actions to accomplish their goals. Failure of this experiment would not only jeopardize their plans, but could backfire on them. Linvieth concentrated magic power in his fist, creating a powerful magic strike. The head was expecting something significant, keying his actions and waiting for a show of force. Linvieth introduced his subordinate, confirming his power and influence over his subordinates. The man appeared in front of them, confirming the successful completion of the task and his loyalty. He started cheering loudly, expressing his joy and respect for the protagonist and the group. He addressed the protagonist, showing his loyalty and dedication to his mission. The head was surprised at his condition, but noted his value and willingness to learn. She noted that while it lacks beauty, its functionality and usefulness is evident. When he bowed, the head asked if it was really a necessary gesture of respect. Linvieth agreed with the addition, noting that there is more to work on and improve for the future, and he is ready for new challenges and opportunities for growth. Let her ignore her looks, for it is only a small part of what they will work on for future perfection despite any flaws. He has no plans to stop, and will go in search of Lunlin. He's probably pumped and she's no longer considered his rival. He's eager to reach new heights. The woman was stunned, not realizing how he had managed to get ahead of her in a matter of days, much to her admiration and encouragement to keep improving. That moment was a turning point, and everyone else joined in training together, creating an atmosphere of mutual support and inspiration to reach new heights. Linvieth asked her to take a short break, waiting for her reaction to the proposal and planning the next steps to work together on future challenges. Everyone instantly froze after his request, which brought a certain tension to the group, emphasizing the importance and seriousness of the situation that required a focused decision. Yang Qing asked the viceroy if they were wrong, expressing her concern and willingness to adjust her actions for success. He came so that they could practice together for a bit, suggesting that the others stand back and Elder Liu attack him with his spear for training. The man reported that he was his rescuer and was not going to attack him, showing gratitude and willingness to cooperate to achieve common goals. But Linvieth insisted that they talk after his recovery, giving him time to think and make important decisions for the future. The man claimed that it was his choice and began to attack, showing determination and willingness to overcome any obstacles to success despite the possible difficulties. After that, the guy managed to stop his spear with just 2 fingers, showing his high skill and confidence in his abilities. He asked the man if his lunch was incomplete, offering to use his power to test his reaction to the attack. The man noted that the guy should watch out, showing care and consideration for his well-being in this moment of struggle. Then he attacked the guy again, emphasizing his tenacity and determination, which once again emphasized his willingness to fight. After that, Linvieth only used one hand, but he was still able to stop the spear, showing his strength and skill. And then he raised a finger right in front of the man's face, showing his sense of confidence and dominance in the battle. After a few seconds, he threw the man a few meters aside, using his strength to demonstrate his superiority. The man had not expected such a display of strength, which emphasized his amazement at his opponent's skill and power. Linvieth suggested that the four attack him at the same time to test their coordination and strength in a joint attack. The man said the spear recognizes only its owner, warning of the possible dangers of misusing it. He advised that he should concentrate on getting the gun back rather than using it against himself to avoid trouble. All present were amazed by his words and power, causing them to have many questions and a desire to understand what was happening. Linvieth emphasized the importance of being more careful and avoiding mistakes in actions to achieve the goal and protect the viceroy. Triad is not just a skill, but a powerful skill that requires spiritual development and experience in combat, becoming a terrifying technique. Liu Wuheng was deeply surprised by this display of skill, which emphasized his amazement and respect in front of the protagonist. Lunlin was also stunned by this event, indicating his shock and admiration in front of the protagonist's incredible abilities. Yang Qing was surprised to hear about the triad, which added mystery and interest to the events unfolding before her. Linvieth then began to use the elemental again to demonstrate his magic power. Once again the thunderclaps went off. The triad's terrific technique summoned them, confirming his mastery of magic. All said they would have the viceroy's back, expressing their support and willingness to protect him. Linvieth began to observe all of this, studying the consequences of his actions. The villagers could not understand what was going on as lightning struck for the second time in a day, creating tension. They didn't know if they should go there to figure out what was going on. Linvieth said that even the heavens were against his rapid development, pointing to resistance from outside. Death awaits the violator of universal laws, but no one is able to prevent him, emphasizing his power. Linvieth said, "They performed against thunder. It was a good chance to advance. Now let them go back to practice." Guys, on the other hand, still had things he needed to finish up to prepare for the events to come. All present bid farewell to the vicar, expressing respect and bidding him farewell. The head had recently seen his handiwork, which added to her confidence in his abilities. So far, he's only mastered handling one weapon, which limits his options. By the way, this night the auction will begin in the royal capital, which will last for 2 days, and he could try his luck. Linvieth said that the capital is the mainland's commercial city and she should be aware of all meetings. It is said that the highlight of the program will be the egg of a mystical beast, but no one knows what kind of creature is in it. Linvieth said that it sounded interesting and asked how many coins the Wan sect had now. The head said about 100 million and the guy asked if she wanted to participate in the auction. There will be wizards not only from their mainland, but also from other star systems in Arctigia, which promises to be exciting. He himself wanted to go to the capital to get the things the puppet needed, preparing himself for future events. If you win, you can only get to the top tier of Dao, where everything shines and creates a great place to improve. Head couldn't understand what it meant to be on the bottom tier, who he was, how he knew it, and why it was important. The secrets of this world are far beyond her imagination, and he should already be starting to prepare for an upcoming test that could change a lot of things for him. The chapter asked who he planned to go on the trip with and he said no one, since she already had an old friend in the place they were going to. In his absence, not everyone has had time to reach the free frontier, but they are exerting their best efforts because the next battle promises to be extremely dangerous and decisive. Linvieth then practically walked up to his ship, imagining the adventures and challenges ahead. He hasn't fully realized his task yet, but he hopes that when he returns, there will be completely different people ready to support him. They assured him not to worry and wished him a good journey, hoping that he would make it through the ordeal. Linvieth turned mentally to someone named Xiumi, asking him or her to wait, while he or she took the key and fetched what was needed, then returned it. By the way, in his current state, you can use his dainichi technique to strengthen your abilities and prepare for the encounter. He began to feel his power starting to kick in, for it was a rare method of perfecting the body, helping to improve it quickly. Dainichi is a rare body enhancement method that helps him quickly develop his abilities, becoming stronger. He had completely forgotten that he was on a ship, so engrossed was he in the challenge ahead and its outcome. But he no longer cared, for the capital was not far away, and he strove for his goals despite the difficulties. The altitude to her was several tens of thousands of feet, and at this approach any other vessels in the way would be a danger requiring attention. Right at that moment he saw another vessel, which added excitement to his upcoming journey and plans. Linvieth was glad he could find it among the many ships, confirming his luck and intuition. He introduced himself by name and said his ship had been destroyed and asked if he could join them to find support. The man replied in the negative and recommended that the guy leave, suggesting possible trouble from his presence. Linvieth had just landed on the ship at the moment the situation became tense and unpredictable. He asked the man if he was the owner of the vessel to see if his assumptions were correct. Some girl came up to him and said the owner was here and that they were trying to take her boat away, which created tension. Linvieth offered his help to fight them, and at this moment, he wondered if it was his old acquaintance Luo Yixu to understand the situation better. The girl was confident that he could handle it. After all, he had just fallen from the sky, displaying unusual abilities. The man said if he wanted to live, let him not interfere in their affairs by threatening his safety. The protagonist was interested in the question of who was threatening him with reprisal, because it could affect his plans. He learned that the man was the vice chairman of the Flying Clouds Trade Union, and that what was happening here was their internal affairs, so he should not interfere to avoid conflict. Linvieth reiterated that the dead do not need to know his name, expressing his determination to remain anonymous. The man was greatly surprised when his hand began to literally burn, causing him to freak out. The man immediately began to scream, for the fire was spreading rapidly, creating havoc on the vessel. He said he could say anything and everything would be fulfilled, offering his services. But Linvieth replied that it was too late, believing that the situation was out of control. The man then began to burn alive, which was a horrible sight for everyone on the ship. His partner began calling for them to be rescued to avoid further casualties, but Linvieth noticed it in time and sprang into action to avert disaster. Then two men also began to burn, as did their partner, adding to the chaos and fear on the ship. He suggested they rest, figuratively speaking, to get their thoughts and energies in order. Then he noticed an object that had fallen out of them, which could have been the key to solving the problem. As he got closer, he decided to pick it up to examine it and understand its significance. The girl thanked him for saving the lore, expressing her appreciation. The newcomer asked if he could ask her to bring all the rings, which could be important for their next steps. She said she would bring rings, which indicated a possible improvement in their situation. A short time later, two rings were brought to him, which could symbolize new hope or support. He asked her if she was going to go to the auction as well, and wondered if she seemed to have interrupted the cycle of reincarnation as things had changed a bit in his life. The girl said that their trade union doesn't have that much money, although auctions are held once every 100 years, but they only put up 10 items and it is only attended by the high-ranking people of the system, emphasizing the limited resources. At that moment a little girl came up to him and said he was very handsome and asked if he could play with her, which added a note of innocence to the tense situation. The girl asked Shani to keep her voice down so as not to attract too much attention. He said he could play, for he had not expected to meet any children here, and he was looking forward to flying to the capital where his plans could be realized. The girl apologized to the lord, but said that flying over the capital was forbidden because their trade alliance was small and they could only anchor at the small gate, which limited their actions. It is remembered that in order to pass through the main gate, you have to pass a strength test, but people who can withstand the pressure at 5,000 meters can be counted on the fingers, which emphasizes the rigidity of the requirements. The girls started yelling for them to go backwards, because the Thundercloud sect ship might displease them and then they would die, which added to the threat and uncertainty. At this moment, the sign of the three men actually appeared, which increased the sense of anxiety and uncertainty in their situation, emphasizing the seriousness of their situation. The young leader of the Thundercloud sect named Raison told him to stay away from them and not interfere with the test as it was important to their plan. The girl said they needed to fly farther away to stay out of the conflict zone and not interfere with the ceremony. He joked that his Chep power would make everyone in the capital wear pants out of fright to show his power and confidence. Some grandfather said that the head of Thundercloud was so young, yet he had already reached the level of the circle boundary, proving his incredible abilities. Fort unclean indeed, he would be able to show them something marvelous that would change their views on cultivation. Linvieth said that his ability was not related to Chep power, but rather spiritual perception and inner harmony. The girl couldn't understand what his statement meant. After all, didn't the strength of Che show the quality of a person's cultivation and ability level? That wasn't true. His ability was only a part symbolizing the amount of energy stored in his body, and cultivation was a comprehensive manifestation of a person's ability using strength. And if one relied on it alone, forgetting about refining, then all such a person would have left was energy. A true Che master could achieve tremendous results. In fact, the test here tested one's ability to control Che, and that was why for years, no one had been able to break the capital head's record. The elderly man couldn't figure out if it was too rude to openly discuss the young Thundercloud head and the head of the capital city, which could cause conflicts and discontent. At this point, the guy was ready to begin the test, feeling a wave of excitement and responsibility for his actions. There was a platform set up in front of them, which apparently they had to stand on to begin the ordeal. He said enough of his cowardice in front of his power, confidently calling everyone present for a test. He stated they will start the trials and he will break the record today to prove his abilities. The guards announced that the test was starting, confirming that everything was ready for the test to begin. One of them thought the guy was actually planning to break the record and there was no harm in dreaming, while others remained skeptical. Everyone started counting down the meters to measure successes and accomplishments during the test. They shouted that he was doing a great job and wished him luck, cheering him on during this important time. The chairman was asked to go to greet young Ray, which may have boosted his confidence. She said they would still see if she would evaluate his actions and progress. The man was unhappy with her behavior after the death of his apprentice, believing that their fleet was getting weaker every year with only her left in the crew, and he didn't feel like working diligently for the former chairwoman. If she was unwilling to cooperate, they could handle it themselves. And then they did go to greet him, despite his doubts and displeasure. At this time, the guy was busy with the test, focused on his tasks. At one point, his mouth and nose bled, signaling overwork and possible physical stress. The pressure was too much and 4,000 meters was his limit, which was a real shame for him. He was approached by elders who wanted to congratulate him, and his abilities shocked Darktejia, emphasizing his potential. He kept thinking about how to avoid embarrassment and found his own way out of the situation. At this moment, they both couldn't understand what had started to happen, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty and excitement. The guy said they knocked his concentration and that they didn't deserve to die, hinting at his resentment and frustration. It goes without saying that the girl was immediately worried about her new friends, showing concern and support. Linvieth said human hearts are always full of lust for personal gain, reflecting his skeptical view of others. Guy stated that he would have broken the record if they had not interfered with him, expressing his displeasure at their interference. Then he noticed a few more people had arrived, adding an element of surprise to the test. The daughter of the head of the capital, named Mingyu, had arrived, which could add a political aspect to their competition. Also, there was a young master of the Eye Sky Temple named Lin Feng, who sarcastically said that he saw no point in wasting time on this major. The girl said she was interested in the flying cloud vessel, hinting at her ambitions and plans. Let him look at that man. Their men were killed. He didn't bat an eye, which emphasizes his fearlessness and confidence. The man suggested that he might have frozen from fear, so strong were the members of the three-dimensional union, and thought him a show-off, determined to make him show his true colors. Then they're in a game. Well, or little Ray was distracted by the 300 new union people, which could have changed the course of events. He began to laugh, for they just looked down on him, confirming his confidence in himself and his position. And the young head couldn't understand how the accursed Lin Feng dared to despise him, which caused him to be bewildered and angry. He stated that the flying clouds are coming down, emphasizing their connections and influence. The girls started to apologize. Her men had no intention of disturbing him by admitting their mistake. They need to realize that after today, they will no longer be here, emphasizing the possible consequences for their position. Shani, on the contrary, began to argue that they were not to blame for his failure, expressing her defense and support. He said the trade union malarkey was too broken, suggesting their weakness and insolvency. He then decided to challenge them all, confidently displaying his intentions and willingness to compete. Let them not even think of running away from it, emphasizing their confidence in their abilities and the predictability of their response. Those present felt a terrifying feeling at the beginning, and could not even breathe at that moment, so tense and important was the situation. Liu Yixu explained that it was impossible to sail because Linvieth had jammed the ship, which disrupted their escape plans and raised concerns. Yi Mingyu also expressed concern about the current situation, saying they need to intervene to prevent possible tragic consequences. Linvieth at this moment reflected on how current events were taking up his time, causing him to feel increasingly anxious and fatigued. But the young head was laughing merrily, enjoying the current moment, not realizing the seriousness of what was happening around him. But it was at that very moment that he noticed a foot approaching, causing him to feel imminently threatened and wary. It was Linvieth who suddenly struck him, interrupting his confidence and causing the surrounding people to be shocked. Yi Mingyu was greatly surprised that someone was able to stand up to such a powerful leader as the head, which caused her to respect him. Rei's people were quite surprised by everything that was happening, which made them rethink their strategies and approaches. The girl said, now able to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that the tension was beginning to subside and the danger was over. This was the moment when Linvieth himself stood on the test platform, preparing for the important test, which was a symbol of his determination. The hero stated that if the guy really wanted to kill them, he would show him something more intimidating to protect his comrades. The characteristics of his body may seem unremarkable, but when combined with his spiritual radiance, impressive results can be achieved. At this moment, light illuminated the valley, creating an exciting atmosphere that emphasized the significance of what was happening. Everyone present could not believe their eyes, amazed at the pillar of light they saw rising into the sky. The light column rose to 8,000 meters, which caused astonishment and admiration among spectators and observers. The guard noticed that the pillar continued to grow, and its size became more and more impressive. He has already covered 10,000 meters, which broke the record of the head of the capital and set a new standard. This small performance caught the attention of people in the capital, making them take notice of the hero's achievement. Rei couldn't understand how such an unclean fort, from where the hero had so much inner energy to reach such heights. He had already fallen to his knees and was sure he could not regain his influence and prestige. They asked the protagonist to stop, as the head Rei was about to die, to prevent disaster. The man shouted for him to stop, emphasizing the importance of saving the young sect head. But Linvieth asked why he cared if head Rei died or survived, expressing his indifference to the fate of his enemies. At this time, a capital elder named Ji Sing was meditating and was informed of the record-breaking achievement, which shocked him. The man was greatly surprised by everything that was happening, not expecting such a turn of events and changes in the situation. He noticed that the light pillar reached a height of 20,000 meters, which seemed incredible and amazing. He couldn't believe that descendants of distinguished ancestors could arrive to change the course of events. The head of the city planned to leave only tomorrow, but he wondered who this hero was, capable of such achievements. And just at that moment, the young head Rei died, the culmination of a tense situation and conflict. Linvieth said for them to go and remove the corpse, emphasizing the need for action in this situation. The men began to say that the bastards from flying clouds were preparing to die, reflecting the threat to the enemies. But the ship started saying it was the guide who killed the head, and he had nothing to do with it. The girl told them to be quiet, for if it hadn't been for the hero's intervention, they would be dead by now. It didn't matter now. Shani told the guy not to be afraid and promised to protect him, showing her support. Just at that moment, Linvieth descended to the ship, ready to continue his mission and fight. The guy said everything was fine and it was nothing, placating those around him and overcoming his anxiety. Linvieth asked the people present if they were embarrassed by the fact that he had killed such an important opponent as the head. The man said he didn't care who he was and would ride with them, all from Thundercloud, emphasizing his commitment. but the other 100% will die threatening their opponents and enemies. Yimingyu asked what they were allowing themselves on a capital's lands, expressing their resentment and displeasure. How dare they do whatever they want without the permission of the head of the capital, violating law and order. Their master came to visit the auction, but was killed before entering the city, and they demand an explanation. The girl asked what would happen if they weren't there, hinting at the possible implications for the whole situation and conflicts. The man replied that they would then have to make it clear that Thundercloud was not to be trifled with, and that they did not tolerate ridicule. Then an elder of the capital intervened and said a little to herself, why on earth should the capital report to them? The men were slightly frightened at this point, feeling the threat and unpredictability of the situation. The elder apologized to the mistress for his tardiness, acknowledging his guilt and the consequences of his actions. In her opinion, Thundercloud does not want to participate in the auction and let them escort them, offering their assistance. They asked them to leave the capital to avoid further conflict and tension. Lastly, they said they would not be forgotten and that they would be seen again, leaving a threat in the air. The girl asked if she could find out the name of the main character, thus showing an interest in his personal life and wanting to know more about his background and character. The guys started saying that the lady was not from their alliance and this was not the first time they had seen this man, which made them suspicious and curious about his identity. The chairman began to say that he was her friend and she agreed to take the blame for his misconduct, thus showing her loyalty and willingness to protect her friends. The chapter's daughter asked if they wanted to say they didn't know who the three were, raising questions about security and privacy in their community. The guys replied that they still didn't know who it was, causing them to look puzzled and interested in the newcomers. The chairwoman realized that her years of effort had gone down the drain, realizing the futility of her efforts and that her plans had not been successful. Rasta that only the three of them would be honored guests of the capital. Rooms in the guest temple would be prepared for them, reflects their high position and respect. The chair was very much surprised by this response, causing her to wonder and question the motives behind the actions of the other participants. They became guests of honor and were brought close to the guest temple, wondering why they would not be punished. Then they had already asked the chairman to take them with her, showing their desire to stay under her protection and support. She said the trade union has turned its back on her and she has nothing to do with flying clouds from now on, showing her frustration and independence. Linvieth said that if she wanted, he could help chase these traitors away by offering his help and support in a difficult situation. Linvieth said that he has a very good heart, as before, confirming his nobility and desire for justice. Yimingyu welcomed them to the capital, showing them hospitality and a desire to integrate them into public life. Lin Feng realized that his plan had failed, realizing how he dared to walk so close to the girl, which undermined his strategy and confidence. The girl asked if it was possible to find out his name, showing interest in his personal life and wanting to know more about his background. Linvieth told her to take her time and informed her father that his nemesis had arrived, putting him in a difficult position. The girl was very surprised after these words, raising questions about consequences and possible conflict situations. The guy then said he wasn't going to the guest temple, causing bewilderment and surprise to everyone present. When asked if round-the-clock security was needed, she said he had managed to climb 20,000 meters, showing her appreciation of his abilities. The man realized he was surprised by the reaction to the unexpected events. The capital is the heart of the trade in such allies in Arctigia. Offering a look inside can provide new insights and opportunities. Once inside, he asked when the auction would start, but was told it would start in 2 hours, showing his interest in the events. Linvieth said which room he wanted and the two of them could settle in another, showing his preference and comfort. Linvieth took out his ring once more, showing his importance and influence in the society. Not a bad thing. Ray was very rich, storing 400 million Shanebats in a ring, boosting his confidence at the auction. Yimingyu wants to meet the guy, showing her interest and for unclean strategic goals. She said he still hasn't introduced himself to her, raising questions about his intentions and identity. Still, Linvieth introduced himself by name, and he noticed that his daughter was beautiful, ranking in the top 3 most lovely girls in Arctigia. Asked if it was possible to find out from which sect he came. There would be a master in the country equal to him in strength, and he would be waiting for him outside the city tomorrow. The girl couldn't understand how he knew when he was departing, creating questions about his knowledge and resources. He knows far more than what she could have imagined, emphasizing his experience and understanding of the situation. When the moon started to chase her away, she was very surprised, which shows her unexpected reaction to the change. Linvieth has learned well what man is like in 101,000 years, demonstrating his experience and understanding of human nature. Lin Feng met her as she was leaving and asked her who he really was, showing interest and curiosity. She was furious at the guy, for he had pissed her off by emphasizing their complicated relationship. The man said he had never seen her, which demonstrates his lack of understanding of the situation. He could only speculate on whether the guy had done something, raising questions about his actions and motivation. He told his ward not to get into trouble by exercising care and caution. The chair said she would take Shani to the trustee's office, demonstrating her organizational skills and leadership abilities. The guy was curious about where they had agreed to meet, showing his curiosity and strategic thinking. In the middle of 3rd Street, that's just where their co-workers live, emphasizing social connections and networks. Linvieth was very much surprised to learn that the girl was actually being bought, raising questions about moral and ethical standards. Linvieth said that the girl could make no excuses and he would go with them, showing his readiness for action. At that time, someone will win and the flying clouds guys are screwed, emphasizing the instability and danger in their surroundings. Linvieth decided to go see what was going on, showing an urge to control the situation. Some men were angry, for they messed with their goods, showing the tension and conflict. The chair told them to stop and they would figure out how to make amends, demonstrating her approach to problem solving. Some man asked who else she was, showing interest in her and wanting to know more. The girl at this point was very frightened and didn't even know what to say back, showing her consternation and stress. The guys were discussing that this girl was the president of their union and that the shipment was his responsibility, as he was responsible for delivering it. The man told his partner to bring this girl, as they wanted her to attend an important meeting. They immediately took notice of her and began insisting that she keep them company at the event, considering her useful. Of course, the girl was against this and began to use her power to show her disagreement with their proposal. She then threw them a few meters away from her, showing her physical strength and determination. The man continued to sit on the guys without taking any action, as if waiting for events to unfold around him. He then fully recognized that the girl was capable and had the necessary qualities for the task. Then he shifted and suggested she try to tackle him, setting the stage for a competition. Liu Yixu tried to deal with the man in this challenge by applying her martial skills and abilities. Anonymous understood how to attack others so as not to cause unnecessary conflict in society. But the men saw nothing unusual in this and continued to act on their self-interest. He then ordered the others to join the battle to create a joint pressure on the girl during the confrontation. Linvieth stood in front of the girl and told her not to worry about the situation, assuring her of her ability to handle it. He then decided to use air balls in battle to create additional attack and defense options. Opponents were very surprised that he used such unusual means and tactics in battle. The man himself was amazed at the effectiveness of his attack, not expecting such a turn of events. He then stated that it was nothing and that they needed to continue their journey without dwelling on the little things. The bows began asking that the chairman take them back, promising to be faithful and loyal. But she had already informed them that their paths had diverged and they would no longer be able to work together in the future. At this point, some guy was watching them closely, trying to figure out what was going on around them. He directed his gaze at the protagonist, as if he wanted to make contact with him or understand his intentions. He ordered the guards to familiarize themselves with him, but to avoid any show of hostility. Linvieth said to keep the two girls by his side, so they wouldn't be in danger. Before the auction began, there was a walk through the vendor rows and everyone could buy something of their choice. The girl immediately spotted the beautiful bracelet in the display case and was interested in it as soon as she saw it. Linvieth asked the merchants what price they were asking for this bracelet, figuring out the value. The merchant reported its price to be 3,000 chainbats, which caused astonishment to those around him. The girl said it was very expensive, but Linvieth wouldn't listen to her and decided to pay for the bracelet. Yimingyu walked over to them and remarked that this bracelet was really beautiful and worthy of attention. Lin Feng asked her if she liked the bracelet and offered to give it to her, showing his care. She said she really liked the bracelet and asked the protagonist to give it to her as a token of her favor. Those present discussed that the mistress has a special favor for a guy who can accomplish a lot. Fort unclean, he could even become the son-in-law of the head of the capital if he continued like this. Linvieth said he was sorry, but the bracelet already has a mistress, defying entreaties. He put the bracelet on the girl and said she looked just gorgeous with it, emphasizing her style. Shelley said that this bracelet really suits her and she feels confident with it. Those present could not understand what he intended to do in this situation, finding his actions unexpected. Mingyu didn't even know how to react to this whole situation, not understanding his motives. Lin Feng became furious and ordered the guy to stand, not wanting to see any further resistance. He started yelling that every single thing in the capital belongs to Mingyu, and that she gave him a chance and he's turning her down. Linvieth said he paid the advertised price for the bracelet with no intention of giving up. After that, the guy immediately started showing his money, assuring everyone of his solvency. He offered the girl to sell him the bracelet for Shanebat 100,000, unwilling to give in. The girl noticed that his offer seemed unusually highly rated compared to previous offers. However, Linvieth answered him negatively and told him that the amount was not enough for the transaction. Those present began to question his sanity as they watched his actions and behavior. The guy began to offer an even higher price for the bracelet, convincing those around him of his persistence. The two sisters were very surprised by the events taking place and the unpredictable bids at the auction. One of the men was taken aback by his generosity and the amount offered for the bracelet, thinking the guy might end up with nothing. However, Linvieth said the amount is still not enough to finalize the deal. He said the guy wasn't greedy and was interested in how much the guy was willing to sell for, which sparked discussion among everyone present. Linvieth named the sum of 100 million, emphasizing the high cost, which would buy up all the shops in the capital. For such a sum, one could buy up all the shops in the capital, which would provide considerable influence and control. Lin Feng angrily asked Leon if he was going to kill him, expressing his fears and displeasure. Linvieth offered him a taste and noted that he and Rate Sun were very similar, which emphasized their similarities. Lin Feng realized that it would be difficult for him to deal with this guy, and that they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Linvieth then said that if Lin Feng changed his mind, they would be willing to leave, offering him the freedom to choose. Mingyu was left to watch as everyone started to leave without getting what they wanted, which surprised her. She couldn't understand why she didn't get what she wanted since she wasn't used to rejection. The girl was surprised by his refusal to sell the bracelet because they offered a whole million, explaining it as a gift. If she had known sooner, she would have sold it as it was a whole million, which showed her disappointment. The guards informed the guy that their invitation had expired and it was time for them to leave, which caused concern. The girl was surprised to learn that the invitation had an expiration date, which was news to her. The man vehemently said that if they so decided, they should leave, which emphasized their determination. Linvieth offered to go to the wall in preparation for the next stage, which showed he was prepared. The capital has a good reputation and she is sure his invitation card must be valid, which made her doubtful. Linvieth noted her insight and offered to guess who was behind all these events, piquing her interest. She was sure it was Lin Feng, given his reputation and actions in the Ice Sky Temple, which was obvious to her. Linvieth said that she probably correctly suspected Lin Feng, showing her agreement. He told the little girl not to worry as someone would soon appear to guide them, calming her down. And just at that moment, the guy who had asked the guards to meet them showed up, which showed his involvement. Liu Yixu was asked if he expected to meet a person from the pure celestial palace, which surprised him. Linvieth confirmed this and asked what was so important that he was greedy in this way. It's nothing special, but it is after all the first-class sect, more powerful than flying clouds or ice sky. It was said that one of the three emperors of the upper system started out in this sect, confirming its status. Linvieth noted that they knew many things, including the black dragon Qinliu had trained there. This guy was a little surprised by all this talk, which showed his surprise. The guards greeted Mr. Wenyan, showing their respect for his status. Linvieth noted his role in settling matters at the tavern, which elicited his thanks. He said his strength was up to the level of the free frontier, so he didn't have to intervene, which showed his confidence. Linvieth said he wanted to go but was stopped, causing him to be disgruntled. The guards realized that their time was up and couldn't understand why Mr. Wenyan was chatting with the young man. Afterwards, the the guards tried to somehow manage the situation to avoid conflict. The lad thought it was great insolence on the part of the guards, which made him resentful, and then something resembling an earthquake started, which created a panic atmosphere. The guards started begging for mercy, which showed their fear of the situation. They wished no harm to Mr. Linvieth, and Lin asked him not to detain him, which showed his authority. He then allowed the guy to pass, which allowed him to move on. After that, they actually started going through the auction, which showed they were ready. The guards then began coughing up blood, which caused everyone present to become alarmed. The people from the pure celestial palace don't leave any traces, and they had to accept it, which was understandable. These wounds, in their opinion, would not heal for at least another 10 days, which caused them concern. Going a little farther, the guys said that here they were, showing their approach to their destination. A new world had truly opened up in front of them. This auction seemed amazing, which piqued their interest. He wondered what Linvieth thought about what was going on in the auction room, which piqued his curiosity. He would like to hear his thoughts on what he sees and how he evaluates what was important to him. There are a total of 5 stages here, each corresponding to one of the 5 elemental elements, which posed a danger when activated. The guards noticed that the gentlemen had become better at judging details, which gave them a sense of their limited abilities. Linvieth said they were wrong to claim that when activated, they would be able to draw conclusions and survive. Everyone was quite surprised after saying those words, which created a surprise effect among those present. Lin Feng heard this and said that he is a scoundrel. After all, the capital has existed in Arctogeo for many years. The tactic was developed by Wushan. Who is he to talk nonsense? Lin knows nothing of the tactic, but why does Linvieth allow herself to tell her nonsense, believing there is a breach in the auction security system? He then told him that he had better keep silent if he did not know what he was talking about, for to reason without knowledge was foolish and unwise. Lin disagreed with this and asked if he wasn't allowed to cross the pure palace of the celestial realm, and now the chief palace as well. He then said that Linvieth was nothing and no man. His words were empty and had no weight. He said that Linvieth only knows how to hide behind the backs of others and has no courage and dignity of his own. Anew didn't stand for it and said that the guy was an impertinent person who didn't understand how to behave in society. After that, his power collapsed directly onto Lin, making him feel the full power and determination of his opponent. Lin asked Yuli if he really thought he was the only one with a protector and that no one could stand up to him. He's going to teach this youngster a lesson, and Anyana is completely unaffected by this. His actions are driven by other motives. He reported that he was acting recklessly without thinking through the consequences of his words and actions, which could lead to trouble. He immediately started coughing up blood, unable to withstand the powerful blow, causing everyone present to be alarmed. He asked why he was doing this to them. What motivated him to take such cruel and rash actions? After that, the guy himself also started coughing up blood, unable to withstand the internal tension and force directed against him. From now on, let him not forget that children should not interfere in the conversation of adults. It can end badly for them. The followers of the Immortal Empress sect were laughing at this time, happy that the guys had taught the youngster a lesson. They sarcastically said that they were both scoundrels, for is it possible to beat a man lying down? It is unworthy of real fighters. Anew decided to ask again about the tactic and what was its flaw. What exactly was causing him to doubt it? Tomorrow, Mr. Jun will personally come to the guest temple to see him, and have him join them for a discussion. They were very much surprised by what he had just said, not expecting this turn of events. Lin Feng was all the more surprised by all of this, not understanding how this was possible and what would happen next. Liu Yixu asked if Jun would really come to meet him in person, and she still couldn't figure out who he was. Anyan said it's a deal, offered to go to their seats, wait there for the auction to start and everything will be clear. A short time later, they were already sitting in their seats, preparing for the auction to begin, tensely awaiting the first lots. Linvieth said the auction is about to start and they need to be ready to bid, not to miss important points. At this time, some kind of fire dragon appeared in front of them, causing everyone to marvel at its power. Linvieth told the little girl to look at how beautiful the dragon in front of them appeared. It was rare. Then a girl appeared and said that everyone had been waiting for this for a long time, preparing and hoping to see something like this. It was actually Yimingyu herself, whose beauty and grace captivated everyone present, attracting attention. Everyone present admired her beauty, and in that moment everyone felt her strength and charm. While her father is busy, The auction will be conducted by her, asking them to buy everything so she can go home not empty-handed. Those present began to assure her that they could have no fear, for they would do anything for her success and well-being. Lin Feng told the guard that he found out who the freaks who were pouring out were and finished them off, but the guard didn't agree. Girl reported that the first lot is a plat, the starting price is 100,000 and active bidding is expected. Lin Feng offered 500,000 for it, confident of its value and determined to win this lot at any cost. The guards thought this spender was hopeless, not understanding why he would spend that kind of money on a plate. When 1,500,000 was shouted out, everyone couldn't understand who was so rich and why he wanted the lot. The girl couldn't understand why Linvieth asked her to raise the price, but she complied with his request. She couldn't understand why he wouldn't show up himself, or why he would pay 1,500,000 for a piece of metal. Yimingyu immediately recognized the woman who had taken the trail she liked and was outraged. She couldn't understand how this woman dared to stick her neck out and claim what she held dear. Lin Feng thought that Jack was a nobody. Where did he get the nerve to reach for his wealth? He instantly raised the price to 2 million, showing his determination and willingness to fight for the lot. Linvieth told the girl to keep her hand up and keep raising the price without giving up. Anyan said that 3 million is the stuff worthwhile, and it should be brave to raise the price to that amount. Linvieth said it was reasonable, and they raised it to 3 million, with no intention of backing down. The girl instantly jumped out with an offer of 3 million, causing everyone to be shocked and surprised. The man could not understand, or they were crazy. Such sum seemed absurd and incomprehensible to him. The others realized that Lin Feng seemed to have met a worthy opponent, and the bidding would become very interesting. The girl thought that all men were abnormal, but specifically these ones stood out from the rest. They must be delicious. Yimingyu started the countdown from 3 million, which caused excitement in the hall. Everyone tensely awaited the result of the bidding. The lot was sold to the protagonist. His offer proved to be the last and decisive one. All eyes were on him. Linvieth began to provide money, showing everyone his seriousness and willingness to honor his commitments. At this point, he used his finger to finalize the transaction and confirm his solvency. Lin Feng started laughing. After all, Linvieth had spent 3 million on a piece of metal, and it was unclear what he was happy about. The entire hall also started laughing loudly, sharing Lin's amusement and thinking the main character was a fool. Linvieth said that since some have vision problems, he will help them see the truth. Inside this plate is mithril, a rare metal well worth the price of 3 million, which surprised everyone. Mithril itself retains a first-class spiritual talisman. It condolences those who can't see further than their nose. They immediately recognized the golden helper spirit talisman, a top-grade item, its price now exceeding 100 million. Even Wenyan was surprised that there was a talisman inside, but how the guy was able to realize it remained a mystery. Lin Feng was furious after realizing what had happened. He had been tricked and outplayed. The second lot is the Awakening Sword, cast from heavenly metal, 30 years in the buried sword sect. Its power is astonishing, starting price 1 million. The girl was impressed, because even their appraiser didn't know that there was a talisman hidden in the plate. It was unexpected. Anyanya wondered how much he valued the sword at. He doubted anyone who came was competent enough. Linvieth said 10 million, but he's not a great sword expert, so his estimate may not be accurate. Everyone started offering their prices and the last offer was 8 million. This became a cause for discussion. The girl offered 20 million, causing a shock to all present. Such an offer no one expected. Lin Feng offered 21 million, but the guards immediately started to stop him, seeing it as a threat. The girl bid 25 million, raising the stakes again and making everyone tense. The stakes got too high. Someone said that the youths nowadays were frivolous, a fool openly provoking the Ice Sky Temple, which could end badly. The elder investigated, but did not find out exactly how the sword came to them or where it came from. Clearly he is no fool. Lin Feng raised his hand that he was shaking violently. He was ready to make one last offer and risk everything. He said that this sword was worth 10 million at best, and let them take it if they could offer more. But if he bitches about it, how can he then look the girl in the eye as a matter of honor and dignity? He then shouted out a price of 7 million, hoping that would stop the others and he could win the lot. Linvieth said for the girl to lower her hand, showing her superiority and determination to finish the bidding. Everyone was surprised that that guy decided not to raise the price. It was unexpected and unpredictable. Lin Feng told no one to dare to reach out to him, otherwise they risked running into trouble. Anew asked the protagonist if he would say something or remain silent, waiting for his words. Linvieth told him to speak up or it would be too ruthless of him. What a pathetic kid he was. He started saying that the sword was good, but the money paid was not worth it. It was an unwise waste of money. Linvieth couldn't understand what he was talking about. He felt like he was being tricked or played with. He couldn't understand why the sword was so thin and light. It made him puzzled and doubtful. The girl began to explain that it was a woman's sword. That's why it was made that way. It was meant for women. The man couldn't figure out what he should do with this sword now. He felt cheated and confused. That the girl couldn't say anything to him, for she hadn't asked him to buy the sword. It was his decision. Everyone immediately started laughing and saying that the man was a fool to fall for the trick and lose money. The girl said the last lot is an egg of an unknown beast. Doesn't he even know who will hatch from it? Starting price 1,000. Linvieth was glad that he had finally seen the item he had come to this auction for. Anew said that this was the item that everyone was being solicited with at the auction. We should take a look at it if there's anything worthwhile in it. At that moment, some spark snuck right into his head, making him wary and alert. The others also began to look at what was in it, trying to understand the value and uniqueness of this lot. All these rays started to make their way right into this egg, as if something or someone was trying to unlock its mystery. But the elder told them not to even hope to peek at who was inside. It was impossible. Hunmen immediately opened his eyes, for he realized that something wasn't going according to plan. It made him uneasy. The inspectors didn't let it be known who was in the egg. It remained a mystery that no one could solve. Dels asked if he was able to find out what was inside, but the man said he couldn't. His ability was reflected. He said his ability was reflected before he could get there, and then asked the protagonist if he was interested in the item. He's sure there's something very busy inside, but if they both fight over it, he doubts they'll be able to take it. He approached the protagonist, but noticed the unusual pendant, and since the hero hadn't seen it, he had nothing to worry about. The guy expressed his gratitude to the protagonist for his help, because it played an important role in the current state of affairs. The starting price of the lot at the auction was set at 10 million, which sparked lively discussions among the participants. Those present at the auction could not see whether such an amount was adequate to buy ordinary cats with bags. Linvieth instantly bid 11 million, showing his determination to participate in the auction. The protagonist's confidence was growing as his reputation could soon be in jeopardy. He realized he didn't need it, but his father had insistently ordered him to acquire it. The young lady asked if there was anyone present who was willing to raise the price of the lot. Linvieth offered 50 million for the facility, expressing his determination to fight for it. Dingfeng made an offer of 60 million, determined to compete with the protagonist's in wealth. Linvieth began to gradually raise his bet to 70 million, showing his persistence. Anew expressed his desire not to waste time arguing with the protagonist, deeming it unnecessary. He frankly admitted that he was bored of competing with them, and it was a revelation to him. Linvieth was truly frightened by how powerful Linvieth was, which emphasized his fear. Linvieth increased his bet to 80 million, which caused a lot of excitement among the spectators. It was the first time people observed someone raising their own price at an auction, which caused them to be surprised. The guy couldn't believe what was happening, because he had never seen such an aggressive trading strategy. Already the girl had started begging the guy not to raise his price, fearing for his financial situation. Linvieth raised the bid to 100 million, showing his determination to win the auction at any cost. The guy, in turn, raised the price to 150 million, and so began their duel in price, reaching 300 million. The man began to wonder how the guy would be able to pay 300 million, because it is a significant amount of money. Anew asked the gentleman if he thought they could not pay such high amounts as others. However, he was sure the guy didn't have that kind of money and doubted he could pay. People were convinced that it was unlikely that he was pretending, for pretenders were not welcome in such a society. Linvieth asked if he had that kind of money to continue trading at such a high level. The man asked if he was disgusted with him, and the feeling was mutual if he couldn't pay. Linvieth suggested that if he gave up 300 million, he too would be willing to risk his life for it. The man asked if he thought he was afraid of him, and offered to play by his rules in an auction. The girl warned him that if he lied, he wouldn't get off in disgrace, and advised him to think twice. However, Linvieth reassured the girl, saying that she could not worry about him, and 300 million was an insignificant amount of money for him. People were excited and couldn't believe that he actually had the full amount needed to complete his deal. The guards and elders didn't think that anyone would dare to give such a huge amount of money for a rare mystic beast egg. The elder said that he was wrong and Linvieth would definitely not die. After all, the eldest daughter had asked them to protect him at all costs. The man realized that it looked like he really did have all the money he needed to complete his transaction at the auction. At this point, he immediately ordered him killed, which caused quite a commotion among those present at the auction. His guards immediately attacked the protagonist, trying to protect their master from the potential threat. Mingyu also began to worrying about him and told him to be careful when making decisions in this dangerous situation. The elder told him to forget it, for the attack had come too late to change the course of events. Anyan said he guessed again that further events unfolded in accordance with his assumptions. After that, his terrifying assistants started attacking other opponents using their powerful abilities. Those in front of them clearly did not expect such resistance and were greatly surprised at what was happening, but they were quick to deal with them, quickly quelling any attempts to resist and thwart their plans. Linvieth finally offered 300 billion, reaffirming his resolve in this important trade for him. He handed over the money, and now it was Lin Feng's turn to make the next move in the auction, which sparked keen interest. Those present are not sure that anyone in the country would dare risk their lives to kill a young lord in the temple. The man couldn't understand how they were able to grasp such an opportunity, as if he had foreseen everything in advance. Linvieth said that the dead don't need answers and that it's important to think about the present and the future. After that, Linvieth immediately left his seat, leaving everyone in a state of incomprehension and confusion. After that, he suddenly appeared right in front of the man, creating tension and attracting the attention of everyone present. Those present still believed that Linvieth wouldn't dare to kill the Lord despite all his aggression and threat. Linvieth said that if they wanted to go to the world of the dead, then let them continue to protect their masters. He then used his power to divide them, changing the dynamics of the conflict to his favor. Everyone was quite frightened by the whole incident because no one had expected such a turn of events and the use of such powerful techniques. Linvieth stated that a man must keep his word and honor his commitments to avoid consequences. The man at this point began to get very nervous, realizing that the situation was out of his control. The man then claimed the guy was finished, threatening his life in an attempt to remove the threat. He then used a technique that created a downpour of spikes growing out of a pear tree to attack his opponent. Those present, after the man used the technique, thought the guy was finished and would not survive. Linvieth called it a rather despicable act while using his technique to defend and counterattack. He grabbed one of the spikes and said he would teach him how to use the technique in combat situations. He then naptily threw one of the spikes directly at his opponent, hoping to defeat him and end the threat immediately. That spike instantly stabbed into the man's head, causing those around him to feel horrified and stunned by his actions. A few seconds later, he fell to the floor, unconscious from such a precise and powerful blow from the spike. Everyone present, of course, was extremely surprised that Linvieth had actually accomplished what he had promised earlier. Lin Feng was indeed dead at the hands of the main character, which caused shock and misunderstanding among the audience. Linvieth immediately began to pull out his ring, preparing for the next important action in the auction. He began to say that after many battles, something important had finally happened and that changed the course of his destiny. After numerous battles, his sword finally returned to him, symbolizing his victory and return to control. The guards began to attack, accusing him of killing the Lord, threatening that the Ice Sky Temple would not forgive him for it. Linvieth asked Leonidas if he really thought he was afraid of them, and let them not expect to darken his hands. Linvieth immediately began to draw his sword, preparing himself for a possible fight with his opponents. After that, he instantly impressed the text of the guards with his determination, proving his readiness for battle. Everyone was extremely surprised at how decisive and powerful the main character's actions were at that moment. He then asked if there were any others who wished to argue with him, challenging everyone in the auction. Of course, everyone present was scared to death and chose to remain silent, not daring to challenge. The girl was just congratulating him on getting the jewelry. The auction was closed and everyone could relax. Wanyan said that Ice Sky Temple might give him trouble, and asked if he would reform or not. But Linvieth said that he would be helped by the capital itself, where he would find support in his affairs. The elder approached the eldest daughter, asking what he meant and she replied that her father would meet with him tomorrow. Linvieth, the head of the Ice Cloud Temple and Linfeng's father, couldn't understand who dared to kill his son and ordered all the troops to go to the capital. He ordered everyone to head to the capital to find and punish the assassin who dared to defy his family. The head of the Cargo Cloud sector and Raizong's father named Ray Lun said that they too would avenge his son. Suddenly, there were spheres outside the subway that were not part of the five elements. Celestial creatures, fighter beasts encased in an egg. Let the dweller get to know his master while his true purpose and destiny are still being formed. At that moment, it began to glow brightly, attracting the attention of everyone at the auction with its unusual appearance. It shimmered with different colors, which is not found in nature, creating a magical and mysterious sight. Linvieth began to use his ring to hide this mysterious egg from prying eyes and ill-wishers. At that moment he noticed something behind him that caught his attention and alerted him. He realized he wasn't alone here and told the man to come closer and introduce himself as well. It turned out to be Mingyu, who began to approach him, showing interest in what was happening. She decided to attack him immediately, counting on his unpreparedness for defense at this point. But Linvieth proved to be no slouch, catching her by the leg, effectively dodging her attack. He then decided to use his hand to give her more freedom of movement and room to maneuver. He then interrupted her attack by forcefully throwing her against the wall to keep himself safe. He asked if she had looked for him deep in the night without fear of what people would think of her. The girl couldn't understand how he recognized her, or what he wanted from her at this moment. He asked if she had chosen to give herself willingly, giving in to temptation and undisclosed motives. She was very ashamed, but at least the mask hid her face from prying eyes and their judgment. Linvieth said he would let her go, but first demanded that she remove her mask and confess why she had come. She hadn't realized they had such a complicated relationship, so she was curious how they would handle the trouble that had arisen. Linvieth couldn't understand why he should worry about two small sectors. After all, the capital itself could effectively deal with them without a problem. He expressed doubt, asking if she'd better go home to avoid more trouble in the night, for unclean causing negative consequences. She could not understand why he was behaving like this. After all, she had come to him with good intentions, seeking to help him sincerely. Despite Lin Feng's death, she didn't care about his killer, not realizing what it could mean for everyone involved. However, she said she didn't like the man and her heart was drawn to another, which was not his intention. Linvieth asked who she preferred, and if she didn't answer, another chance might not come in the future. Then she tentatively admitted that, for unclean, she liked him, feeling a special connection and something more between them. Linvieth suggested that she stay the night with him so they could get to know each other better and deepen their relationship. The girl couldn't figure out if their relationship was moving too fast and what it could mean for her future. The guy then picked her up and gently placed her on the bed, creating a sense of closeness and embarrassment as such an act. Linvieth was then directly above her, creating tension and anticipation in this moment of intimacy. How exciting it was to part with something she had kept for over 20 years, experiencing a major life-changing moment. The girl closed her eyes, not realizing if something new and significant was beginning in her life that could change everything. But at that moment, Linvieth simply turned around and fell asleep, leaving her wondering how he felt. The girl was furious that he had just fallen asleep without showing any interest in the night's events, and didn't understand her feelings. She wondered why he acted this way, not allowing himself to be overly concerned when they were so close and shared the same feelings. Early in the morning, of course, Linvieth awoke, preparing himself for the day's upcoming events and meeting new challenges. The girl greeted him and bid him wake up to start the day with business and important tasks. Linvieth said she is called the first beauty of the capital for a reason, emphasizing her charm and importance to others. She asked if he'd figured out how to solve the sect problem and noted that he hadn't gotten mad at her overnight. Linvieth reassured her, telling her that he had a plan, but needed her help in preparing the necessary materials. She agreed and promised to quickly track down all the necessary materials for their plan to speed up the process. After that, with the paper in her hand, she hurried to the appointed place so as not to waste time in preparation. As soon as she came out, she met Liu Yixu, but she didn't answer anything to his questions, focusing on the matter at hand. The girl was interested in why she had left the Lord's room, and what it might mean for their relationship. She then reported that she had learned something important that could help their case and change the outcome of the situation. An elder from the two sects was on his way, adding tension and anticipation to their preparations for the upcoming event. Linvieth remarked that it was good news and suggested that she stay at the hotel to protect Shani, since she was an important figure. Then the girl brought the elder in, and he wondered what business he was wanted for and what it meant. Linvieth wanted the elder to look at something important, so he asked the girl to bring materials to discuss the upcoming actions. Linvieth then immediately set about gathering all the necessary materials that had been meticulously prepared to continue their massive project. After it became apparent that the criminals had become active, the protagonists realized the need for immediate intervention to ensure safety. The elder immediately took up the defense of the lady, urging the lad to stop his actions, warning of the risks involved in using these materials. Linvieth tried to reassure the elder, promising that everything would be fine despite the current difficulties. It was amazing how quickly a variety of materials such as multicolored metal, burned cinnamon, and celestial wood melted, creating an unusual flame. Linvieth then decided to refine the materials he had obtained by utilizing his knowledge and experience in creating high-quality products. He reported that this was the last step needed to complete their work, which required precision and attention to detail. The elder noticed that it was impossible to find a second person in the capital with such outstanding forging skills as the protagonist. He eventually created an armor for the puppet, which he decided to call impenetrable armor, emphasizing its high durability. Conventional forging masters usually take several months to achieve such results, which emphasizes the Lord's exclusivity and skill. Linvieth confidently stated that he was wrong and that his real place was not at the 3rd rank, but at a higher rank. They were surprised to find that he had actually reached the 3rd rank, which confirmed his high level of skill. Linvieth understood that Erisho was well versed in the art of forging, and if she agreed to his terms, he would share the method of creating the armor. The elder was puzzled, trying to figure out if Linvieth was telling the truth at this crucial moment. He suggested that using his innate skill of deduction to predict the future could help in making important decisions. She could also tell him of her fate and possible consequences, asking the elders to support her in this endeavor. However, the elder could assist not only in the tales of destiny, but also in the fate of the entire Arctogeo, influencing its future. The elder was himself surprised by such requests and wondered how he could help in making them happen. Linvieth expressed doubt, asking if there were any problems with their current actions or plans. The man noted that Arctogea is great and successful, and the use of the armor consciousness method has had a significant impact on the capital. Staying true to his word, the guy realized he was watching everything and offered to put all their worries behind them, trying the method if they had any doubts. The man expressed appreciation for his generosity and noted that Linvieth was a man of honor who could be relied upon. Let her try, for these are the fruits of his efforts and labor that he is willing to share with others. The man showed interest in how far into the future Linvieth was willing to look, and Linvieth said a year would be enough to accomplish his goals. In time, the two opposing forces of all things will point the way to the truth and resolution of all issues and conflicts that have arisen. Let him realize that time will speed up hundreds of times and pay close attention to what interests him in the process. But he was curious to look at for specific locations that might reveal key information. The first place was the Hunmen continent, followed by the Wan sect, each important to their mission. Next was a visit to the capital and a visit to the pure celestial palace, which played an important role in their plans. Finally, there was one very scary place left that needed to be explored to fully understand the situation. Emperor Sumer was an outstanding ruler. His wisdom and determination were highly regarded by everyone in his kingdom. Due to this, he was highly respected. The elder immediately noticed their approach and began discussing with her colleagues what it might mean, emphasizing the importance of their presence. He noted that Linvieth had made a serious mistake by looking where he shouldn't have, which had drained his strength, and he would be leaving in a couple days. Wanyan heard the noise and immediately asked the guy what was wrong, feeling anxious and trying to understand the source of the commotion. He bluntly stated that he had asked the elders to reveal the fate of the country to him, and that he had fainted, using up a lot of energy. Noticing that the guy was treating him as an equal and even as a friend, said Linvieth is a generous man since he cares for Arctogeus, and it shows his deep affection for his people. His soul is great, for he is doing this for himself, and has even studied how things are in the pure celestial palace, but they will discuss it later when they are ready. They will discuss this later, as the head of the capital has an important guest arriving, which will require immediate attention. At this moment, someone's energy began to appear right in front of them, causing a wave of unease among those present. He started laughing and said it was an opportunity for the two young heroes to demonstrate their abilities and solve important problems. This was a worthy reason for him to appear, and the head of the capital named Jun Wushan, who was respected by everyone, appeared in front of them. Both greeted the head, expressing their respect and support for her authority. Then they all sat down together at a table to discuss current affairs and future plans, creating a cooperative atmosphere. The man asked if they knew what trouble they were in, realizing the seriousness of the situation and the consequences of their actions. But he said it wasn't easy for him to show up in such circumstances, and if he said he could help, would they believe him? The man couldn't understand how he knew he hadn't yet passed the milestone that was so important to his development. He had his methods, and smart people don't turn to innuendo. Just have him answer yes or no to move on. But the man said that of course not, for though she had a sharp mind, she was too young for such decisions. Linvieth suggested he try it, and then they would find out how it really was, giving him the opportunity to test his hunches. After that, the guy started using some technique to demonstrate his abilities and deepen his understanding of what was happening. These three areas of disharmony arose when they reached the peak of their level, resembling a narrow neck that prevents them from rising higher. And he has an idea on how to fix it. He believes that two elders, the Ice Sky sect and the Flying Cloud sect, are on their way. There is definitely a way out, and wrong are those who doubt. The head of Flying Cloud is on the loose, as is the head of Ice Sky. The man was surprised that he knew of her, which made him wonder about the extent of the protagonist's knowledge and resources. If the guy wasn't mistaken, he only needed an excuse, but they were actually interested in the floating desert, and now they were personally heading to the capital. Since he's figured it all out, let him tell them what he plans to do. He helped him overcome the boundary, and he'll give him a cloak and desert for next steps. The man asked what they would do with the heads. After all, they were going after her, and what their next strategy would be. Of course they would deal with it, as it was a key point in their operation. The man asked if he was looking for death, expressing concern about the risks involved in their actions. Linvieth said, not at all, and so asking for his support. We'll use the Great Array, for they know he is capable of activating it. They arrived at the place where the auction was held, and prepared for the next steps to accomplish their goals. Linvieth sprang into action, applying his skills and knowledge to ensure the success of their venture. The man couldn't understand how he was able to activate the Great Array. After all, only he could do it, confirming his unique abilities. The man said that enough was enough and he couldn't control it anymore, expressing his annoyance. Linvieth asked the guy how he did it, and he replied that he had been interested in the array for a long time, and wanted to explore its capabilities. He decided to try activating the array too, to see how it worked and what he could do with it. After that, he decided to try doing the same thing as Linvieth to evaluate its abilities and methods. And then, using his power, he began to pierce through as if it was some kind of barrier to test its strength and capabilities. He said that the array was breathtaking. It was good, but not without flaws, something to consider when using it. Linvieth said to let the Wo watch carefully, for there was much to be learned from this process that would help them in the future. Mingyu noticed that Linvieth was neat, careful with all aspects of their work, showing his competence and attention to detail. Linvieth, confident in his abilities, told her not to worry because he was prepared for any difficulties and would confidently handle them despite the challenges. The man remarked that it's about time she got married because the guy she likes has already proved himself and it's obvious. He's caring and decent. Linvieth was confident that the array would not be able to envelope him, as he had all the skills and knowledge to overcome this danger with confidence. The man couldn't understand why the hell his array had lost its power, and only that he could assume that something unusual had happened. Fort Unclean's interference. Onion was indeed very much surprised at just how strong the guy was, and how his actions affected those around him, showing his true power and leadership skills. Linvieth said that there is always weakness, and asked him if he had the guts to take the test and see what would happen, for that was the only way to find out the truth. But the man realized that if the array broke him, people would laugh at him, which would make his position extremely uncomfortable and show his weakness. And then he said that the girl also passed the test, which shows her resilience and determination despite all the difficulties and threats. But the man sharply told the girl to stand, emphasizing the fears about her participation in the test and the possible risks for her. But it was too late, and the girl passed the array, showing her determination and fortitude despite all the warnings. The girl noticed that nothing happened at all, which made her feel surprised and bewildered as she had expected a different outcome. Linvieth then used a spell to confuse the opponent and create chaos on the battlefield using his unique combat skills. Then some very huge palm appeared in front of him, symbolizing the power and protection he summoned to protect himself and his loved ones. The girl told her father to stop, seeing the tense situation unfolding in front of them and realizing the seriousness of the moment. The man said his favorite daughter was leading the array, unraveled, and the huge palm stopped the attack. It was very glorious and he was sure it was time for her to get married. The man asked if the hero would help him cover up the flaw in the array, but he said it could be completely fixed without needing outside help. So that's what the man asks him to do, to fix all the flaws and ensure the safety of their plan, which must be carefully thought out. Linvieth asked him to take his time, and they would wait for the heads to pass first, for the entrance to the floating is permanently here. It is important for everyone. Well, the man said that since he knows, he'll let them pass, which shows his trust in the protagonist and his confidence in their success. If there is a disaster in the Pure Heaven Palace, let him remember that he needs to keep his life, because he is the future of the palace and all its inhabitants. Anew said that this is the highest order and what happened. Let him reveal it to the pure heavenly palace and resolve it to protect everyone. Linvieth said that the emperor's deeds must not be revealed, for the day of the fall of the black dragon would come, and let him memorize his words for all to know. The lad thanked him, and now they bade him farewell, realizing the importance of their meeting and its implications for all involved in the events. At this point they heard the question of the one who had killed his son come out, which caused alarm and tension among all present. It was actually the head of the very sects that had come to express their demands and opinions on what had happened, causing everyone to feel strong emotions. Linvieth said that they were coming down, and asked if they would do anything to protect their honor and status, for the situation had become critical. Lun said they would make him pay with his life, which shows their determination and intransigence in the face of a threat. The man was of course furious and wanted the guy dead, which emphasizes his aggressive intentions and willingness to take decisive action. The girl said that the man was perfect in his fighting physique and let him get hot, because it could affect their actions and their success. After their fists collided with each other, a powerful energy appeared in the air. It made everyone around them freeze with excitement and fear, feeling threatened. The man realized that his son was more like himself even in death, and now he realized that he had to finish him off with his own hands to bring justice. However, at this moment the head of the capital came forward to defend the lad, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, dividing the sides of the conflict and suggesting ways to a possible resolution. He decided to use his force to prevent the man's attack, in an effort to preserve order and prevent bloodshed that could have affected public order. The man questioned how the head of the capital dared to speak against them, questioning his loyalty or motivation, causing bewilderment among his subordinates and supporters. He suggested that Elder Lin join forces to lead old and new conflicts to a peaceful resolution, which could promote long-term peace. The men said that sounded reasonable, showing a willingness to dialogue and cooperate in order to find common ground and overcome existing differences. A battle then broke out between them, creating an atmosphere of tension and uncertainty among all present, emphasizing the seriousness of the confrontation. The man could not understand why they were attacking him. After all, they wanted to fight with the main characters, which caused confusion and bewilderment in their actions. Oh, and on top of that, Linvieth was standing at this moment and not helping him at all, which added doubt to his actions and led to additional tension. Linvieth instantly realized everything and decided to help him, risking himself to save his friend and eliminate the threat, which led to interference in the fight. Still, the man managed to dodge his attack, which emphasizes his skill and ability to adapt in battle despite the protagonist's efforts. The men couldn't understand how he knew his weak point, which made them feel vulnerable and cautious in their future actions. The man said to open the entrance to the blazing desert if they wished to stay here with him, otherwise the portal would close in 3 hours for the next 100 years, jeopardizing their plans. They couldn't figure out if leaving was a trap, which added an element of risk and uncertainty to their actions, creating further apprehension. When they saw Linvieth start to pass through the portal, they didn't realize that they needed to go, lest they miss a chance that could lead to significant consequences. the head of the capital was afraid that Linvieth would get into trouble, which added seriousness to his words and actions, confirming his concern for safety. At this point, his daughter also began to enter the portal, which showed her determination and support for the protagonist, unclean foreshadowing important events. After a while, the male protagonists were already in the desert, which meant the beginning of a new chapter in their adventure, full of unknowns and challenges. And when the girl passed, there was no one else there at all, which caused her to feel lonely and anxious, creating a sense of isolation. She landed and was very much surprised that no one was around, increasing her sense of isolation and uncertainty in her new surroundings. Lin couldn't understand why the head of the capital would dare to do such a thing, which questioned his leadership decisions and motives, and worried him about the future. And he had even sent his precious little daughter to this desert, which emphasized the risk his family was taking for the great cause he hoped for. The girl instantly decided to defend herself upon seeing the man in front of her, which showed her willingness to defend herself and her selflessness despite the risk. Still, the man was strong and broke through her shield, showing his fighting ability and determination in battle despite her defensive efforts. Just at that moment, Linvieth appeared beside the girl, bringing hope and support to her situation, the fort of unchastity providing protection from threats. The man was certain that there was nowhere to run and they would need to fight, which added seriousness to his intentions and created the need for protection and defense. After that, they actually started fighting the protagonist, which led to an intense battle where everyone used all their skills. The men used all of their powers and techniques they knew, which set the stage for a highly intense battle full of strategic maneuvers and attacks. He said the lad had little strength and decided to play hero, which showed his disregard or underestimation of his opponent despite the risks and threats. Linvieth asked if he killed them, who would be their victim, assuming such actions would cause serious repercussions and questions among those present. The man asked how he knew about the victims, assuming that information about it could be used against them and provoke additional actions. Lin was sure that Unclean had told him the head of the capital, but Unclean had picked up on the rumor that it took to sacrifices to open. It had been so since the time of the most brutal 9th emperor. The girl asked if the guy was alright, worried about his condition after the experience, to make sure he was safe. But after that, Linvieth pointed his finger and told the girl to be quiet, trying to hide his intentions or plan from possible observers. The girl realized that he pretended to be injured in order to deceive his enemies or divert their attention from his real actions and gain the necessary time. Linvieth began to say that even knowing about the sacrifice, Elder Ray wanted to kill her, whether it was intended to use Link's head as a sacrifice, which is dangerous. The men couldn't understand how he dared to slander him, denying his accusations and claiming his innocence in the situation. The man said that the desert won't stay open for long and they will find what they need first, then finish them off. There is no point in rushing what is threatening. He actually expects to kill the daughter of the head of the capital, which emphasizes the seriousness of his intentions and the possible consequences for everyone involved. He then snatched the girl by the arm and said that he had to run, which suggests the danger of pursuit and the need to leave. The man noticed this and said that they needed to be in pursuit, preparing them for their next move in response to the threat from their opponents. The girl noticed someone catching up to them and told the guy, but he told her not to be afraid and to stay calm. No takers, I activated some sort of seal and told her to jump, which could have been part of a rescue or evacuation plan. At this point, he wanted someone to wake up in this desert, creating an opportunity for an unexpected turn of events or a change of strategy. And at that moment indeed, some sort of creature appeared in front of the men, adding an element of surprise and uncertainty to the situation. Lin realized that it was a demonic creature and needed to run away to the side to avoid danger and threat. Ray Lun told everyone to keep the guy warm, Unclean to prevent escalation of conflict or aggression from the opponents. The girl was sure that the Thundercloud sector was incredible, suggesting the power and danger associated with it, creating extra tension. She asked Hilliard. It wasn't his trump card. It seemed to her that she couldn't handle the elders, suggesting possible difficulties and challenges. After a while, the man did manage to grab the girl, indicating the end of their pursuit or capture and an increase in pressure. Linvieth said that the girl waited and she would see more, for it was too early to judge, suggesting that their interaction would continue. The men, of course, continued to fight the creature at this point, indicating their determination and courage despite the threats. They were mildly perplexed, for they could not anticipate the actions of the creature, which creates an element of surprise and uncertainty. After a while, they realized it was an 8-tailed scorpion, indicating that the threat was growing and urgency was needed. And just at this time, Chapter 100 was observing all of this through a portal, perhaps hinting at observing events from a broader perspective. The ancestors had instituted a 100-year ban on entry precisely so that it would go into deep hibernation, and it was bad business, indicating serious consequences. The elder asked the head if they could come to the mistress, but he said not for people, maximum for the array, which limits their options. All that was left now was to hope that Linvieth would protect the girl, which suggested trust in his abilities and responsible approach to the situation. The man noticed that the scorpion was preparing to attack them, increasing the threat level and readiness for defense on the part of the defenders. And this was indeed the case, because he began to approach them, which confirms the danger and the need for urgent action on the part of the heroes. And then it decided to activate its stinger, which increases the threat level and the need for defense on the part of the defenders. According to the level, this scorpion has already reached the free boundary, indicating the seriousness of the threat and the strength of the enemy it will have to fight. The man offered to answer him with all his might, which implied using all available resources and capabilities to win. They offered their full strength and began to repel his attacks, indicating their determination and willingness to fight for their safety. They truly believed that they could defeat him despite the enormity of the threat and the complexity of the situation, which demonstrates their determination. One of the men was saying that if the guy hadn't reminded him about the sacrifice, he would have torn it up by now, suggesting a tragedy may have been averted. The girl wondered if the scorpion would kill them. The guy hoped otherwise, it would be hard on them, reflecting their apprehension and uncertainty. Linvieth said to run while they have the chance, indicating the need to leave or escape to avoid the threat. Moon at this point decided to use the final blow, which suggests a key moment in their strategy or battle against the enemy, and then actually did carry it out, creating an unexpected development that instantly changed the course of the entire situation. The man immediately began to attack his opponent very hard, using all of his skills and strength to crush his resistance. He told the other man to grab the guy and the girl, for their case was more important than anything else, requiring immediate intervention. The man understood him and said he would do everything, emphasizing his willingness to run the errand and ensure safety. Just at that moment, he appeared right in front of the protagonist and said, "Enough running around," demanding an end to the escape. Then instantly attacked the protagonist, but he managed to dodge this attack, demonstrating his agility and reaction. The girl, of course, was worried about the guy and wanted him to be safe, reflecting her worries. Well, just like that, a man appeared beside her at that moment, adding an element of surprise to her surroundings. He grabbed and told the guy to give up or else the girl was finished, but the girl was telling him not to listen to the man and run away. Linvieth said it was not in his rules to leave the girl knocked down and let him attack him. Better already. The man said, gloriously deciding to use pats, emphasizing strategic thinking in their fight. He then tied him up, the protagonist, to limit his movement and options. And then the two and the man started carrying the girl and the guy to some place, the Fort of Uncleanness, to a hideout. Lun reported that they were already there, clarifying their current location. They were near the Staff of Opposites Nirvana, an important artifact in their world. The man reported that Emperor Che had installed it, adding significance to the artifact. He finally examines the thing left behind by the greatest, marveling at its majesty and power. Its thrust is more powerful than the terror that came from the scorpion. It's not for nothing that the Emperor is considered bloodthirsty. Right at moments like this, Lun attacked a man from the back, creating an unexpected tension in their confrontation. Chia couldn't realize that the man was doing this, creating an element of uncertainty and surprise. But it was too late, and the man pushed him right into that staff, which could have disastrous consequences. Beat felt unbearable pain because the staff was too powerful, which emphasized its danger. The man said that the years are passing and he is not skilled. If he doesn't die, how can he take the staff? Who else wants to compete with him for the Emperor's treasure? The man instantly started dying in front of him, which added drama to the situation. The girl said that they should leave soon, but Linvieth said for her to go first, deciding important tactical points. The ancestors of his sect had thought about this Vec for many years. Could he disappoint them by expressing the importance of tradition and expectations? Linvieth said that the male scorpion was severely wounded and he is afraid of its strength. Based on that, which one of them will emerge victorious is yet to be decided. Well, even with incomplete strength, the man was sure that he was stronger than the guy, which emphasized his self-confidence. Actually, they started fighting each other, and Linvieth decided to use the puppet to change the course of the battle. The man immediately realized that the puppet was fighting him, which might have affected the perception and strategy of the battle. He was sure that she wouldn't be difficult to deal with at all, as she seemed vulnerable at the beginning of the battle. Mariko immediately began to attack the man, using her fighting skills and determination to gain the upper hand. When he tried to strike him, he felt the armor impenetrable, which surprised and stumped him. The man clearly did not expect this turn of events when his opponent was more prepared than he had anticipated. He then decided to use his sword to try and break through his enemy's defenses and change the course of the battle. The man was surprised that she was so strong, displaying fighting skills that exceeded his expectations. And after that, Maria of course slashed at him with her sword, using all her fighting skills to strike. The man realized that the guy had thought it through from the beginning, first pretending to be weak so that he would kill Lin, and then tricking him into injuring him. It was all true. The puppet was wearing impenetrable armor prepared especially for this fight, but he had just forgotten one thing that could change the outcome of the duel and become his key advantage. The eight-tailed scorpion he had awakened had suddenly become a threat to everyone in the place. The man also began to feel unbearable pain just like his opponent, causing him to second-guess his actions. The girl couldn't understand how on earth he was able to overpower Ray and Lin, his father's old enemies, and what it meant. Indeed, he was bloodthirsty, wanting more victims for his dark purposes and showing his cruelty. Just then, the staff began to rise, drawing everyone's attention and creating a sense of terror. Linvieth couldn't understand what he was doing, realizing the possible consequences for everyone who was here. But then he said that the legend said Emperor Chechia was extremely fiery, straight up such a monster, and this staff was infected by his dark sphere. The girl asked if he was laughing and how they should be now, feeling confused in the face of this threat. Linvieth told her not to be nervous, as the thing that can tame him is already here, ready to intervene. It was at this moment that the very same scorpion appeared, representing the grandeur and danger of the ancient creature. It truly seemed to possess this staff, displaying its destructive powers and influence on the environment. This scorpion shining staff was absorbing its light, and now the staff wished to leave, but the scorpion wouldn't let it. Would Linvieth leave something to others if he wanted to clean it up for himself? Given his ambitions and aspirations, he would go and be helped by the poo. Let the girl stand and wait for him, ensuring her own peace of mind. Let her not worry, for the scorpion has already riddled the oldest with his power and danger. He will not repeat past mistakes again. Let him obey and follow him, accepting leadership. At this moment, he decided to use the very egg he bought at the auction to change the course of events. It began to shine very brightly, as if something had begun to be released there, creating a magical atmosphere around it. It was at this point that the portal was destroyed, closing off the possibility of unwanted visitors and interference. The elders couldn't understand what was wrong. The men were definitely dead. The lady never came out. The second Ben must have been activated. And what hatched from the egg was so horrible that the portal itself closed. The father couldn't figure out how his daughter would get out now that the environment was full of dangers and mysteries it would have to face. The man forgot to mention that when he woke up, he found a strange object under his pillow, which caused him surprise and concern. There was a note from the main character, and the man was surprised because he didn't expect that someone could plan such things. A monkey suddenly hatched out of the egg, which attracted the attention of everyone present, surprised by such an unusual turn of events. When the girl saw the monkey, she immediately realized that it was not an ordinary animal, but something unusual and significant. The monkey began to scream loudly, which caused a storm of emotions and demanded protection from those present because of its loudness and strange behavior. The monkey's scream was so loud that the girl covered her ears to protect her hearing from this piercing sound. Linvieth ordered the monkey to take the staff that was his to use in the upcoming battles. The monkey complied with the main character's orders, showing loyalty and willingness to follow instructions without hesitation. The monkey was in full possession of the staff, confirming that it was prepared to use magic and combat tools. Linvieth stated that this was the right moment for action, pointing out the importance of using the staff in their current mission. At that moment, some unknown force attacked, threatening the monkey and causing everyone to prepare to defend themselves. Linvieth ordered Monkey to destroy this force to prevent it from jeopardizing their safety and the successful completion of the mission. The monkey used his staff to destroy the threatening creature, showing his fighting skills and strength. The girl noticed that the monkey, from birth, already had a level that allowed it to fight at the free frontier level. Linvieth saw that his expectations were met, and the monkey proved to be a worthy ally in their fight. The ape once again went into a rage, beating its chest, expressing its combat readiness and aggression. What had been coveted by the men for years was now in the possession of the protagonist, confirming his power and determination. Linvieth told the monkey to take the desert, symbolizing her victory and the beginning of a new era. The girl realized that the monkey had begun to absorb the desert with his staff, enhancing his magical abilities. She wondered where they would go next after completing their current mission and exploring new territories. Linvieth said that they wouldn't be able to leave this place through the portal and asked the monkey to strike the ground, creating a passage. The monkey was then ready to fulfill the guy's request, using his strength and magical abilities to accomplish the goal. With the power he could mobilize, he used the staff to strike the ground, creating a path to escape. Yinyu was confused, wondering if there was any other way to leave this place besides using the staff and magic. Linvieth said that they needed to leave to avoid more threats and complete their mission as quickly as possible. It was at this point that another creature appeared and demanded that the guy leave something behind, an unclean fort for their safety. It was a huge eye watching them, causing alarm and the need to be careful going forward. Linvieth realized that the situation was critical and began to feel nervous as he realized the threats they were facing. He used the miniature cauldron, the fort of uncleanness, for protection or as a means of transportation to avoid danger. Linvieth told everyone to follow him into the cauldron, which could offer them shelter or a means of escape. The creature then immediately attacked them, creating a threat that required quick response and defense. The girl realized that if she didn't get into the cauldron she would die, which confirmed the need for them to act. She wondered what the creature was and how they were able to escape in the cauldron, a mystery that needed solving. They had been attacked by the spirit patron emperor, and the cauldron had been left by one of the 9 emperors, deprived it could hold energy. He then decided to examine the monkey to see if it was injured after its active actions in battle. Linvieth said that the monkey should throw the staff, fort unclean for safety, or to complete the task. After a while, they started to leave the cauldron and the monkey did as she was asked. The girl asked if it was the starry sky they had seen, emphasizing the magical and mysterious atmosphere of their surroundings. Linvieth said that she was correct, and the Hunmen continent wasn't that far away. They should heal her wounds first. Linvieth began to help the girl with her wounds, carefully watching her every move to ensure that she healed as much as possible. It was important to him to make sure she was breathing properly, and after a while she felt relief from the pain. The girl began to implement all of the guy's recommendations, following his instructions to speed up her recovery. She then began to meditate, immersing herself in the process to better restore her inner strength and energy. Linvieth looked around with interest at everything the elders had left behind, assuming it might be useful to them in the future. One of the chests turned out to contain 800 billion and another 700 billion, which seemed quite significant to him, especially considering the quality of the other finds. There was another fascinating find they had uncovered that could play a key role in their upcoming adventures. A level-boosting pill that could help pass the boundary between stages. It could also be used as a cure if she agreed. The girl said that she was not allowed to take the pill as her father had already experienced something similar and the consequences were serious. He explained that if the boost failed, the consequences would be hard to imagine, but he was sure it would work out. But father said that if it didn't succeed, they'd have to give up trying any further, whatever that meant. They had only known each other for a few days, and it would be wrong to force her to do something she didn't want to do. But the girl said she agreed and asked for help to reach the level of free to become stronger. Linvieth agreed and began to gently bring the pill to her forehead, believing it would help her. She must relax and trust him completely for the procedure to be successful and safe. At that moment, the girl felt a pleasant warmth begin to spread through her body, creating a sense of peace. Then she felt her body begin to burn, filling with new energy and strength. She noticed that it worked and called the guy an extraordinary person who was capable of miracles. If she followed him, she would get used to the miracles he was able to do, showing his magic and power. But the girl was a little worried about her father at this point, which could have distracted her from what was happening. He reassured her, telling her that the elders were no longer a threat to their capital city, and that they were in no danger. To her question of consent, the girl answered in the affirmative, and they continued their journey. Hunmen's battle would soon begin and there was little time to prepare, so he quickly began to prepare her for the challenges ahead. Linvieth said that they had almost reached the continent, and despite his modesty, there were many valuables they could find there. But at that moment, something alarmed him, and he stopped, trying to determine the source of his unease. The girl asked what was wrong and he said that, for unclean it was just nothing, but he felt a little hesitation. After a while, Linvieth returned to his sect, where he was warmly welcomed by all of his disciples. Of course, everyone was happy to see their viceroy, especially after his long absence. Everyone was happy, because with their new training and knowledge, they had all increased their levels and become much stronger. The head was glad that he was finally back, for the battle was about to begin and he needed to hold a meeting to prepare. Yang Qing was curious to know who this mysterious girl was and what she could bring to their lives with her presence, creating intrigue. Linvieth explained that she was the daughter of the head of the capital and they must keep her arrival a secret, as she was their secret weapon, a potential asset. The chapter was surprised that he and the daughter of the head of the capital were enticed, considering he was a very uneasy man with considerable influence. The battle would begin tomorrow, and the protagonist was curious to see how things were going, but the predictions were not optimistic. With the exception of Ji and Qi, everyone had reached the free frontier, and that added hope. In the palace, Scarlet Sky, Mizan is at the third step of the free frontier, Inzan is at the second step, many others are at the first. Forte 6 leaders have the second step of the free frontier, not to mention the head himself, making them quite powerful. Linvieth said that it's nothing and there's no need to worry. He'll sort it out himself tomorrow so everyone can prepare in peace. Xiaoyao needs to focus on training to improve his skills and be ready for the upcoming trials. They are 3 brothers, or he is slowing them down in their development and endeavors, which requires extra attention. But it doesn't matter. This battle won't fight the sect for rights in Dao. When the time comes, they will use the knowledge they have gained to make Xiaoyao much stronger, strengthening their position. He thanks his brother, but he and Ford's ilk are worried that he is not too strong despite their connections. The 7 great guards of the fort, indicating the considerable defenses available to their base. The head of Fort Loho, the man in charge of security and strategic decisions in the fort. All 7 of them are powerful. They could even be compared to Yinzan, and the battle would be extremely difficult for them, requiring maximum effort. But Linvieth was confident that they were capable of handling it despite all the difficulties and challenges they were facing. The battle is about to begin, and the girl asks everyone to be quiet so as not to make any unnecessary noise that might distract or provoke the enemy. She will now announce the rules of this battle so that everyone is aware of the course of events and acts according to the set standards. Each of the 3 sides will choose 10 representatives to enter the secret realm of Dao, where they will hunt monsters. Then, based on the number and level of crystals collected by everyone, they will choose 20 challengers to enter Dao, creating a dynamic and exciting arena for competition. There are 3 important points to keep in mind in order not to break the rules of the competition and to ensure a fair contest for all participants. First, time is limited. They are given only half a day to complete all tasks and prove their strength and agility. Second, to keep things fair, only weapons are allowed. Other items, talismans, pills, perks, vaults and the like are considered forbidden, requiring strict control of the participants' equipment. And the third is that competitors can enter and exit Dao during the competition, but will not be disqualified in case of substitution, such as for medical treatment, and those outside can contact their comrades inside to avoid accidents, which adds flexibility to the management of the competition. So, she believes that everyone is ready now, so she asks the participants to go out and choose who will go to battle, allowing for an efficient distribution of resources and efforts to be organized. The girl turned to head Qing, because apparently they don't have enough people to participate, creating a need for additional forces or participants. Linvieth said that it didn't matter, and that their 6 would be enough for the task, emphasizing confidence in their current composition. The brothers wondered what the lad was talking about, what his words could mean, emphasizing their uncertainty about what was to come. Lo Ho asked Lily if he was the legendary viceroy, and he said, "He's a really understandable kid," which adds interest to the characters. Linvieth said, "He's more like the understandable one. But where is the real one, and what is he up to?" Which raises questions and intrigue. The younger generation is not polite, but sometimes their behavior requires special treatment and understanding of their motives. He said, "Ignorance is here and will speak out against it, as it will do no good," which reflects his beliefs and principles. They immediately became enraged, taking things as they were and deciding to act according to their principles, which shows their determination and willingness to fight. One of the men immediately used his strength against the protagonist, resulting in the defeat of the first strike in this fight. Linvieth took no action until the last, watching the conflict unfold and assessing the situation before intervening. But at the very last moment, he still prevented the attack and declared that it was nothing, pointing out that it was exaggerated. This elder has a similar spirit to Oni Yinkui, which could be a serious problem in the future if he wasn't stopped. The man was slightly surprised that the guy repelled his attack, which showed his resistance ability and combat training. Yinzong asked if their sect wanted to start a war, which added tension to their communication and raised the stakes in this conflict. When they entered this space, Linvieth intended to train them to hunt monsters, which was an important skill. Debo asked once more that he did not wish to start a war, emphasizing his intentions and unwillingness for conflict, that he wanted peace. The woman asked if he did, or if he was afraid of failing, which expressed her concern for his determination and willingness to fight. The girl asked everyone to temper their fervor and be calmer, as the competition was an important event and they must draw lots first. Debo was the first to start drawing lots, showing initiative and willingness to participate in the upcoming challenge, which confirmed his determination. He then crushed the pill to activate his abilities before the upcoming battle, which showed his preparedness. The participants from the Scarlet Sky Palace side would travel to the secret realm under the Earth sign, preparing for their tasks and adventures. Luo fell to the sky and the woman to the fire, which determined their initial roles in the upcoming battle and strategy. He decided to seek Ching Qi's advice to better prepare for the upcoming challenge and get important guidance. In this competition, they would not just gain experience, but also grains of knowledge that they would have to utilize in the future. The woman didn't react in any way and said they had to go, emphasizing the importance of their mission and the urgency of their task. Of course, their team immediately and to where the real test and opportunity to show their abilities awaited them. Jianqi asked if this was the place, and the place was very spacious, allowing them to maneuver and explore. Not a second later, they were immediately attacked, which required a quick reaction from the participants and their leadership. She said that there were monsters here, but Linvieth immediately started to defend her, showing his leadership and combat training. He said that he would teach them how to kill monsters so that they could defend themselves in the future and successfully fight enemies. He easily dodged the monsters' attacks, showing his combat skills and reaction speed in battle. He then decided to use the direction of the ball against him to create an advantage in battle and defeat the monster. And right from below on it, he decided to use this technique to defeat it and end the fight, demonstrating his tactics. After that, the monster was actually defeated by the guy, which showed his skill and mastery in combat and strategy. They were surprised that it was so easy and he managed it in just one strike, which delighted them with his efficiency. In fact, the Great Dao transforms their monsters into Dao, and for being low level, they become easy prey for hunters and testers. Therefore, they only need to memorize the battle strategy with each type of monster. Defeating the first and second levels is easier and more effective. Furthermore, these crystal embryos could be absorbed and used to strengthen their combat power, which added a strategic element to their training and development. The woman had the feeling that the viceroy knew everything, adding confidence to his plans and predictions. Actually, after a while, they all started fighting the monsters, which required them to fully concentrate and coordinate their actions. They all really started to get good at it, and they weren't bad at it, showing progress and mastery of skills. For some it was too easy, and for others it was a bit more difficult, which added an element of competition and challenge to their training and competitions. The head was of course involved in all of this too, emphasizing the importance of his role and expertise in their overall actions. The head friends noticed that everyone had already mastered the skills of fighting monsters, and decided to leave further hunting to him, so that he needed to be excused. She saw for herself, after all, that there's Glavinikisti and fake when the elders of the Scarlet Sky Palace are summoned for a meeting. He'll go check everything out. If he doesn't come back, let her stick to their plan and strategy. He asked her if she had memorized everything and said that he was leaving her with the command and responsibility. Linvieth then walked through some sort of portal, which added an element of mysticism and the unknown to their adventure and mission. Those vibrations he felt when he and the girl were in the sky alarmed him as well, emphasizing the presence of unknown threats or problems in their surroundings. Time to go on a reconnaissance mission with her to explore unknown territories and realize what threats there might be in the future for us. The main cargo, the girl continued their journey on the staff, allowing them to move faster and be prepared for any unexpected events in their path. Indeed, those waves of the merchant ship were coming, and we need to find out what exactly is going on there to prepare in advance for possible situations. At this point, the ship was going somewhere, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty and tension that required them to be as alert and ready as possible. The guys said that they could get caught on the ship and needed to look around carefully. For unclean there are enemies that could threaten their mission. After a while, they had already landed on the ship, ready to explore it and see what secrets or dangers might be lurking inside. At this time, Linvieth noticed something that could affect their future plans and strategy in the upcoming events. The girl and the man were startled and asked who he was, which created an atmosphere of tension and demanded an explanation from his side. Linvieth said they weren't bad people, trying to ease the tension and establish trust among new acquaintances or potential allies, and then immediately knocked them out in one move to prevent possible threats and interference with their plans on the ship. Linvieth explained that he did so to change into their clothes, and suggested that the girl stay on guard first. The girl only asked him not to peek at her to preserve her personal space and respect her privacy. Is such a delicate situation. Linvieth noted that she had a good figure, and the girl reminded him to behave himself to avoid misunderstandings and conflicts. As the ruler of the Green One, they have yet to communicate with Ching, and they were probably invited to Scarlet Sky Palace or Nesty Fort to negotiate. Linvieth remarked that it wasn't time to go already, as they might have missed an important time to accomplish their tasks. Then, together with the girl, they went to the king to present their reports and the results of their mission or assignment. At this time, some people were discussing the nightmare, the fort of uncleanness concerning the internal problems or threats they might have faced. The girl noticed that she had some strange weirdos around her who were behaving unusually and attracting attention. He explained to her that they were eunuchs with a special role in society and specific duties related to palace intrigue. That the problem was that the girl didn't understand what it was, which caused her confusion and required further explanation. Linvieth hinted that it was when men cut something off to illustrate the specific role of eunuchs in their culture or society. At this time, some girls started yelling to the head player how he dared to approach the mistress, creating a conflict situation. Mingyu herself couldn't understand what was going on here, watching what was going on and trying to make sense of the situation. The girl immediately started explaining that it was just like that, and she twisted her leg and the guy caught her so she wouldn't fall. The girl introduced herself as the new girl, explaining that she had been summoned so suddenly that she hadn't had time to introduce herself and talk about herself. Linvieth noticed that the girl responded well in such stressful situations, which spoke volumes about her ability to cope. The woman then asked if she had undergone a bathing oath, to which the girl replied that she was just about to do so. The woman suggested that she follow her to show her how to properly perform all the rituals and traditions. She also told her eunuch to leave after her, ensuring that he would accompany her and help her in the necessary matters. The man, of course, listened to her and told her what was about to happen, preparing to carry out her instructions and tasks for the moments ahead. A short time later, they arrived at the very spot that had been carefully prepared for their important meeting to discuss plans. Around them were naked girls, creating an unusual atmosphere, for unclean related to their cultural or religious practices. The woman asked why the girl was frozen and suggested that she undress so that there would be no awkwardness or misunderstandings in their interaction. Not sure, but still, the girl said she would do it all now, hoping her actions would be accepted and appreciated. The woman asked not to embarrass these defective men, for even if they had intentions, there was nothing they could do. They were nothing more than their servants. They were so lucky to have such a fate, which meant dependence on the will and control of others. The girl looked at the protagonist, eager to see his reaction to her naked body, which might reveal his true feelings and intentions. The woman said that the guy was again standing like a stiffy and suggested that he help her wash herself, creating an intimate space for personal hygiene. Linvieth, of course, was happy to do so and said he was willing to help in order to establish a good relationship and provide support. The woman started to say that the ruler was planning to choose her successor, whether it was her or Zhang Bolian, then asked the girl which one she liked better. Linvieth realized that she wanted to get close to the girl to strengthen her position and establish trust for future actions. The girl said she could rely on her, and besides, if the others were new, she would ask them to support her in their endeavors. As it turned out, the woman's name was Mary, and from that day forward she considered her her sister, based on the closeness and understanding. The girl thanked, but she had only joined their sect, and doesn't know if they are threatened by anything from the Hunmen continent. She can be calm because the ruler was invited by Nikita, and it is said that there is a war brewing between Scarlet Sky Palace and the Wan sect. In addition, not only will the powerful mouths of flying immortals not arrive this time, their target is Scarlet Sky Palace. Linvieth now understood the woman's entire plan, which included strategic moves and maneuvers to strengthen their position. Liuma told Mary that this was her chance to make a big contribution and outmaneuver Zhang Bolian to gain a more favorable position. Before arriving here, he had overheard the one who called himself the head of the unclean and the head of the Flying Heel clan plotting against the ruler sect. The woman couldn't tell if it was true, as the rumors and information might have been distorted or biased. That person said that the Daos of the Flying Immortal bloodline was called Zhang Chen. He had never been a close friend of the ruler. The woman wondered if he was lying, as the information might have been unreliable or had an ulterior motive. Linvieth confirmed that this was the case and swore on his life to his sincerity and honesty. The ruler had a lover named Yatsan Chen. Only she and Zhang Bolian knew about it. She called him a good man and promised to report to the ruler that when the matter was settled, he would be well rewarded for his information. When the protagonist was asked if he was telling the truth, he said that of course not, and assumed that she was about to get into trouble. Linvieth asked if the woman understood any of what was going on, which spoke of confusion and misunderstanding in their conversation. She asked for mercy, and said that those were the words of a slave. He was now in the bathing room of a newcomer named Mingyu. The patroness said she was not needed, and suggested that she bring that slave, which signified her willingness to interact with her subordinates. She obeyed her and said that everything would be done by following her instructions and striving to maintain order in their surroundings. The girl was glad that her adversary had finally lost her favor and now they could devote their time to other important matters, discussing the future. She headed swiftly to the bathing house to prepare herself for the upcoming events and possible meetings that could have a significant impact on her life and the sect. Mary wasn't stupid. It was likely that that slave had tricked her and she would need to take the initiative to uncover his scheme. Upon entering the room, she immediately shouted for him to appear and expressed her displeasure at his behavior, which was not dignified. Linvieth appeared behind her and asked if Juliana had the nerve to call people out by shouting, which was completely inappropriate. He then took her firmly by the neck, showing his power and demanding obedience, which put her in a state of distress. He told her to follow him as they needed to have a word about important matters concerning their fate. Bolian immediately realized from his voice that it was Linvieth, whose arrival could change a lot of things about their current situation. Linvieth then threw her straight to the floor, which showed his determination and control over the situation to show his dominance. Shrugging her shoulders, she did not resist him and simply fell to the ground, resigned to his power and intentions. She began to beg for him to spare her, expressing her vulnerability and fear of his actions. The guy started saying that if he wanted her dead, she would have been dead long ago, and he not only kept her alive, but did her a huge favor. He asked if she wanted to follow his footsteps and suggested that she say what she wished and he would fulfill it. Let her take him to Linvieth, as it was difficult to explain everything in words, but if she did something wrong, she would suffer the fate of another girl. She agreed, but she was afraid that the same fate awaited her despite all her efforts and precautions. She could be at ease, as the credit to the ruler would remain with her on one condition, that he wanted a shoe belonging to the clan of Flying Immortals. But this is their main jewel, and it is in Hidao's possession, and it is unlikely that he will be able to get it, as it was extremely difficult. Linvieth asked if she thought he didn't know what their relationship was, and if the ruler found out, what would happen and how it would affect them. She then told the ruler that there was one problem. He had sent her. That's why she had to cooperate with him to achieve their goals. She couldn't figure out if Linvieth knew all their secrets, which could affect their relationship and future actions. With this kind of poison, he would deal with it and let her step up so they could continue with their plans and achieve their goals. What exactly to do she would find out later, or they went to the ruleress to discuss all the details and prepare a plan. They went to the ruler and she asked him to tell him everything he knew as she was concerned about the situation and the decisions that needed to be made. He said that it was very crowded and asked if she wanted him to share all the information that he had learned about what was going on. The ruler became furious and could not understand what was preventing them from accomplishing their goals as the situation was critical. Then for the night he attacked it with his power to show his determination and power, and to set everyone in a serious mood. 17 years ago, there were two disciple followers in the corner clan of the Flying Immortals, one named Chuang and the other named Lin, which affected their fates. The ruler couldn't stand it and said that he was silent, and realized that he wasn't a mere slave, but an important figure in their history. She then told everyone else to step back so that they could discuss things quietly and out of earshot. Of course, they disobeyed their ruler and said that they would follow her instructions as they respected her authority. Linvieth continued that they fell in love despite the head being against it, and that's when they left the mouth, founding their own paths. Things drifted away for a while, and many years later, having failed to find a worthy successor, the head sought them out and asked them to return. Who would have thought that on the same night, the head would be ruined by anger, years of jealousy, and killed Mattoon Chun, which came as a shock to everyone. The most disgusting thing here was that he originally disliked Chun for introducing Feiyu, a girl of unprecedented beauty. Luckily, Mattoon Chun had taken care of his beloved's safety and protected her from possible threats, which was a display of his love and devotion. The ruler began to tell him to stop, as telling her about this secret could lead to her anger and punishment, which would be a disaster. He realized that she craved the death of her head, for Mary's punishment for saying that they were the head of the Flying Immortals were lovers. At this moment, the ruler fell silent, which spoke of her internal struggle and making difficult decisions regarding their fate. She began to descend and said that he was brave and resourceful, which showed her appreciation for his actions and determination. She then asked to share his plan, as it was important to understand his intent and next steps so they could successfully meet the challenges. He knew that she was no match for him, especially if the Wang sect provided assistance, which would strengthen their position and capabilities. The ruler asked what sect he was from, which could explain his behavior and motives, as well as his allies. He answered in the affirmative and asked if he would let her tell her who the tennis man was who invited her here to learn more. The head of Fort Nesty said that he was only interested in the jewel in Dao, and the continent and the clan of Flying Immortals could divide between them. The fruit of Brahma, which grows on the Brahma tree, is one of the 8 divine saints in the universe, possessing considerable power, but not enough to destroy the universe or create a new one. Is this a thing of ancient scriptures, and do the 8 saints really exist, which was the central theme of ancient texts and legends? Is this a thing of ancient scriptures, and do the 8 saints really exist, which was confirmed by many sources of antiquity? Linvieth said that of course, but Zhao He only had one fruit among countless many, and advised her not to look at it, as the 7th demon operator would arrive in the mainland the instant the fruit appeared. She was surprised that he knew about the fruit, and wondered how he could have gotten such information. He was the one who had carried Dao from the western star frontier to wait for the fruit to ripen, which showed his deep Pinterest and plans for the future. Back then, when the ruler of the western frontier, the Black Dragons and Emperor, had gotten a fruit stone at the end of his years, he planted it in Dao, which led to a great war, causing the western star frontier to split into 3 parts. One joined the north, one joined the east, and now there. Anonymous couldn't understand who he was to know all these things, which seemed unbelievable and mysterious. When she listened to him fully, she replied that they had not agreed on all aspects of their interaction. I told her to wait to hear from him, and regarding the supreme successor, let her choose Balian, as he had good credentials. Mingyu ran up to the guy and asked if everything was alright, to which he told her not to worry, everything would be fine. He told the girl that he had pledged a word for her to the ruler, and have her perform for him what is described here. The girl said with a smile on her face that she would do everything, and this gave him confidence in her loyalty and willingness to cooperate. Now it was time to watch the performance, which was to reveal many secrets and demonstrate the power of the parties. The girl wondered where they were appearing, and she assumed that he wanted to return to Deo to continue the competition and find out the winner. There was no need for that, for the head will be right. He intends to find out who the head of the unclean, and let her wait for the head to come out of Deo and tell her something important. She must press on, and let her gain strength, for she and the puppet will be very useful in the events and battles to come. The girl noticed that he inspired fear, and was amazed at how he managed to work out the plan in such detail, indicating his strategic mind. Fort Nesty had enough strength to defeat both Scarlet Sky Palace and Wan Sect, which made one wonder why he needed to call the ruler sect of the Flying Immortal Bloodline ruler. It seemed quite strange. At this moment, the competition was over, and it was time to announce the results to determine the winner and distribute the rewards. Since the crystals have different levels, they would make them level 1, and she would ask for them to be given or received to use for her own purposes. Crystals that left the competition area would disappear within half an hour, which emphasized their value and perishable nature. Fort Unclean was the first to speak, and the man asked that his achievement be divided equally among the 10 contestants so that all would receive a fair share. When counting to the first level, Fort Unclean, each participant collected 103 pieces, surprising everyone with their efficiency and effectiveness. Everyone was surprised at just how strong they were, and how serious the high-level competition was. The Scarlet Sky Palace would also let them divide into 10, if at least 2 from the Wan Sect tasked. He was told that he would be lucky, as this was an important element in their plans. He advised Tinge to divide their precious crystal between 2 people, otherwise they wouldn't get anything at all, which would be extremely unfortunate. At the Scarlet Sky Palace level, each competitor had collected 98 pieces of crystals, showing their active participation and efforts. When counting to the first level in the Wan Sect, each competitor had collected 116 pieces, which surprised many of the spectators present. Everyone present could not understand why so many crystals were collected given the difficulty of the tasks set for the participants. They couldn't believe it and thought that such a number of crystals simply couldn't be the result of fair play. She said let him think what he wanted, but the reality before his eyes was that they only had 4 places. Now the girl saw the results. This time, the Fort of Uncleanness could send 10 people from the Wan Sect, while the Scarlet Sky Palace could only send 4. Scarlet Heaven Palace disagreed with the results, claiming that the merit of the Fort of Uncleanness was undeniable, but the success of the Wan Sect was hard to accept. Everyone knows that monster crystals after being cured can't be kept longer than the time it takes for half of the smoking candles to burn out, and they had started and then won with their efforts. The other participants could not realize that they were not to be trusted, as collecting so many crystals seemed strange. Words they would not believe, and demanded proof that it was not fake or fraudulent. What proof would they demand? Let them just kill them and take the crystals for themselves. The Viceroy wasn't wrong, for the same aura that Yinkui had sent the fell creatures was emanating from the 3 heads of the palace. The men instantly began to attack again, not realizing the possible consequences of their aggressive actions. But at one point he stopped abruptly, realizing something important that affected his behavior. He began to bleed right in front of their eyes, which horrified all the witnesses. The head then ordered everyone to attack, which caused tensions to rise in conflicts between the groups. Of course, no one listened to her and started fighting, following their instincts and orders. Let them all not expect that they would just ditch it out and passively watch the events unfold. The head of the palace couldn't understand how they dared to kill him. After all, the palace people were supposed to destroy them all. The woman told them to listen to her and put all their strength into fighting Scarlet Sky Palace. Scarlet Sky Palace wanted to kill the Wan Sect at all costs to eliminate the threat. A very strong battle started between them, full of tension and rage. The girl began to tell them all to stop fighting, hoping for a peaceful resolution to the conflict. Of course, no one listened to her, and the heads started fighting among themselves, not paying attention to her words. And their wards had already started fighting, which made the situation worse. At first, they wanted to kill Elder Tinge to weaken the enemy. The man told them to all gather together to discuss their next moves. The man started to use all the power he had to dominate the battle. He told Tinge to go to hell. Tinge realized that their matters were extremely bad, and this increased her worrying and anxiety for the outcome of the battle. Then, there was an incredible explosion right on the battlefield, which shocked everyone and drew everyone's attention to what was happening. Everyone began to worrying about the elder the moment the explosion shook the air and fire engulfed the battle scene. The man was overjoyed, for he hoped that he had succeeded in defeating the elder, which boosted his morale. But at this moment, he was greatly surprised, not knowing what had caused his bewilderment, for the elder should have been nearby. He couldn't find the elder anywhere, which only made him more anxious and worried about the outcome of the battle. Someone apologized for the delay, which caught his attention, and it was a significant event in the unfolding conflict. It was actually Minyu and her puppet who asked if they were all right, showing her support. The woman was surprised that this viceroy's puppet had become quite different, showing a significant change in her behavior. And at that moment, they both disappeared from the elder's sight, causing a wave of confusion among the observers. The puppet instantly moved closer to the man, making him anxious for the upcoming fight. He was surprised, for the puppet seemed to have no chance against him, but its determination was unexpected. At that moment, there was another explosion that added chaos and uncertainty to the battlefield. He was greatly surprised that Maria didn't have a level-free boundary, which created more questions. And right at that moment, he struck her directly in the forehead, making her vulnerable to subsequent attacks. Of course, he immediately collapsed after such a blow, which affected his fighting ability and morale. Everyone was surprised that Viceroy Yanzong had died, which shocked all the witnesses and participants of the battle. Everyone was surprised that Viceroy Yanzong had died, which came as a surprise to everyone who knew his importance. What kind of person could create such an intimidating puppet? Not only did he have the level of a free frontier, but his brother's fire was nothing to it. No wonder the viceroy was asking them to respond with cunning to cunning, since the people of the palace, under his influence, had started a war. The girl was telling the puppet to go without uniting, and fearing Mizan so as not to create a threat. He was furious, for they were deliberately seeking his demise with a couple of worthless warriors and a soulless puppet. The puppet immediately began to attack him, wasting no time, and eager to show her power. He called her a mindless puppet, predicting her imminent victory, and said that she would be nothing but splinters. He then instantly attacked her with his powerful punch, which emphasized his superiority in battle. When he hit right on her armor, he was very much surprised by her resilience and defense. Right at that moment, Maria decided to respond to him instantly, which brought additional tension to the battle. And then he was left without an arm, which weakened his fighting ability and gave advantages to his opponents. The girl said not to attack their head all at once to avoid excessive casualties and chaos. Even with a free hand and impenetrable armor, he couldn't overpower Rei Lun, so he shouldn't rely on him alone. He was surprised that it was another spiritual weapon, which expanded his understanding of the enemy's capabilities. He then realized that he hadn't underestimated them at all, which could prove to be a fatal mistake. The girl shouted out for them to kill him, which showed her determination and aggressive behavior. Of course, after those words, they all made the decision to attack him together to eliminate the threat. Had he known before, he wouldn't have started a war with them, which could have led to a better outcome. After that, they all attacked him together to end the battle in their favor. And of course, after doing so, Mizong finally passed away, marking the end of one of the key events in the battle. The woman ordered that they would now fight his minions as well to eliminate the threat completely. Right at that moment, it noticed something over its head that could change the course of the battle. It was another ship's, but it couldn't figure out who they were, which added to its questions and anxiety. There was Da Fei, a member of the Flying Immortal bloodline. His presence on the continent added to the tension, creating an atmosphere of importance. And Lin Feiyu was also there as the sect ruler, adding to the atmosphere of importance of the meeting, emphasizing her role. The woman couldn't understand what they had come to their continent for, so she asked the question out loud in curiosity. The man said that when the cats bicker, the mice are at ease, implying that they were in a vulnerable position, in danger. Everyone was very much surprised, not knowing what to do now in such a difficult situation, full of unpredictability. The man told the ruler that they had not seen each other for a long time, suggesting that they deal with business first, and then talk about the past. But the woman said that he should be dealt with first, showing her determination and strictness. He couldn't figure out what she was up to, remaining in the dark as to her intentions and plans. It was a great honor to tell his recent enemy of her plans, something he considered unusual and risky. She immediately began to approach him, demanding that he go to hell, showing threat and distaste. He realized what this meant and decided to show her the difference between student and teacher to assert his superiority. The girl provided a plaque from the viceroy, and in his name, ordered him to help the sect head ruler kill Dao Safei. The woman realized that there was a frightening person in place, and no one noticed that he was in control. Everyone immediately started attacking their ships, which attracted attention and created an atmosphere of conflict and tension. The head decided to ask the girl where the viceroy was going, to which she replied that she was looking for the current head of the Fort of Unchastity. The current head of the unholy fort had absorbed for demon lords, and his power could not be underestimated, for he was dangerous. They all together managed to wound him while trying to attack the man, which created a temporary advantage in their confrontation. They had been given the wrong data, making the Wansex men too strong for their current strategy and strength. The man realized that he now needed to run to escape and deal with the threat from them. Screaming, he began to run away from them, eager to get out of the conflict zone to escape their pursuit. But the ruler was not convinced and told him not to even hope to run away, showing his determination. She was ready to hit him with all her might to stop his actions and protect her people. The man really didn't expect this turn of events and didn't know what to do in this situation full of surprises. She then asked who the rat was now, pointing to the traitor among them to identify the traitor. After that, she was ready to give him a final blow to finally eliminate the threat and end the conflict. She told the teacher that he was a scoundrel, sending him to his student to beg for forgiveness and change his behavior. And after that, she finally delivered such final blows to finally defeat him and end the duel. She was glad that John had finally been avenged, which brought her satisfaction and a sense of justice. The 36 ships of her sect let them obey orders and destroy the clan of flying immortals, finding out Bailiang's location and why she wasn't with them. She was talking to her lover at this moment, discussing the possibility of leaving the ruler sect with him to start the new life. He said that she was very good, but replied that she could become even better, emphasizing her desire to improve and grow. At that moment, the guy felt an unbearable pain coursing through his body, which made him scream in pain and fear. And just at that moment, a knife stabbed into his back, which instantly threw him into a state of shock and horror. She wondered if he really believed what he liked, and dreamed of his death for what he had done to her. And after that, she finally killed him to end his threats and violence. He did have the shoes of the flying immortals on him, which served as proof that he belonged to a powerful and influential group. She realized that she needed to lend this to the protagonist so that he would be aware of what was going on. She decided to ask the elder where the main character was now to find out his current location. She complied with his request and will wait here until she has a chance to meet with him to relay the information. Let the ruler handle the matter without going to the viceroy to avoid possible complications and unwanted consequences. The ruler asked that as soon as she saw the protagonist, she convey her thanks to him for his help and support. The woman promised to do so and was not going to go any further without accomplishing this important task. At this time, the lying head of the Fort of Unholy was plotting something, the Fort of Unholy making plans for the future and preparing his moves. Linvieth said that it was no surprise that he had summoned the Flying Immortals and the ruler's sect to increase the number of victims and influence. He claimed that it was wonderful and his technique was almost complete. The Brahma fruit was about to be in his hands. Just at that moment, he summoned the monkey and asked to borrow the Staff of Nirvana to enhance his magical abilities. Machina was sure that now, it would be able to teach the villain a lesson for his atrocities and cruelty. His aides came to him and told him that they had returned to support him in the upcoming battle. He told them to stay here on defense until he returned to ensure the safety of their base and surroundings. Currently, only the most honorable could enter Dao before its gates were open to all. The man was going after the Brahma fruit to obtain it and use it for his magical rituals and purposes. The boatman was indeed here, which confirmed his importance and involvement in these dramatic events. It was a mysterious man, simply called the boatman, hiding his true intentions and plans. Lo Ho greeted him, and the man immediately asked who he was, arousing suspicion and interest. He introduced himself by name and said he had come to take him away, explaining his intentions and goals. The boatman apparently disagreed and immediately began using his magical power to protect and defend himself. Luo was easily puzzled and couldn't figure out what to do in this confusing situation and conflict. He couldn't understand why the man refused to follow him, considering him an unwanted companion and potential threat. The man stated that the man was an impure being, but he had chosen the wrong path and would not follow him until he had dispelled his doubts. Lo Ho could not understand the meaning of the others that were about to appear, adding a mystical and tense atmosphere to their meeting. The real head of the undead, masterfully disguising his actions, had secretly infiltrated Dao, leaving a fake doppelganger behind for diversion and to temporarily slow suspicion. Lo Ho claimed that he had unraveled the enemy's devious scheme, and now felt it necessary to eliminate him to protect his own interests and goals. Linvieth picked up the monkey staff, knowing that its magical properties could play a crucial role in the upcoming battle. He was confident that such a tiny and fast monkey, despite its size, was capable of inflicting significant damage through its strike. It was at this moment that additional unknown monkeys appeared on the scene, suddenly appearing out of nowhere, adding chaos to the already tense battle. The men clearly did not expect this turn of events when additional enemies suddenly appeared on the battlefield, increasing the tension. One of the opponents immediately struck first, seeking to seize the initiative in this tense fight. His subordinates realized that this monkey had considerable strength and should not be underestimated in battle. Linvieth declared that it was time to demonstrate what he was truly capable of in this important battle. After that, he enlarged the staff and set it directly on the surface of the water, creating a magical defense line. He then pointed the staff in the right direction to use its magical properties to accomplish his goals. He began to slowly lower the staff into the water, causing magical effects and creating visual illusions. And then, as Dustin's staff slid apart in front of him, everyone felt the power of his magic and its effects. Lo Ho and the boatman watched it all, amazed by the power and beauty of the main character's magical demonstrations. Linvieth declared that he was summoning the glowing desert to use it as a magical weapon against his enemies. Sand began to appear as if obeying his will, as if he was summoning a hurricane, gathering dust from the desert. The sand quickly began to approach the men, creating a barrier and making it difficult for them to move. Lo Ho realized that these were exactly the abilities his deputy had told him about, impressing him with their unfathomable skills. This was how the situation on this river looked like in the picture, full of magical effects and tension. Linvieth asked if he had missed anything, checking to see if Lo Ho was aware of the events taking place. Linvieth asked again if he had missed anything, expressing concern that important things might be missed. Lo Ho, of course, was furious and was ready to attack the protagonist, feeling angry about what was happening. After a few seconds, he still attacked him, deciding to intervene and stop the protagonist in his actions. Linvieth repelled this attack and said that a conversation is a conversation, leaving open the possibility of further discussion. He just couldn't understand why this physical aggression and why he had to resort to physical violence. Lo Ho was surprised and couldn't understand what kind of person he had just met. Linvieth greeted the boatman, recognizing his importance in this magical and strategic context. The man said that the great Tao was holding him back, and all attempts to get out of that state were futile. Since he has come to the boatman, he cannot attack, yet he does not test, emphasizing his intentions. The great Tao is the ultimate manifestation, and no one can resist one who has reached the limit of cultivation. The great Tao is the ultimate point. The man asked if it was indeed finite, raising questions about finiteness and infinity in their world. Without a numerical time ago, 9 emperors, the strongest in history, appeared in the world, and no one could imagine what they represented in the Age of Rain. Linvieth asked why, expressing surprise and doubting the truth of the emperor's words, from the fact that there was no one stronger than them, and let him obey his order, showing his leadership and power. Linvieth said that he was underestimating him since he was trying to influence him by expressing confidence in his strength. Lo Ho was surprised that his powers didn't work, making him think about his upcoming actions. The emperor might be powerful, but they were unaware of the lost martial knowledge as well as those that would appear in the future. With such gaps in knowledge, how could they represent the great Tao? Lo Ho said he had a sharp tongue, and let him himself answer what the great Tao was, though he did not believe the young man knew the true answer. Linvieth said he would answer, but first he must say something else, revealing additional aspects of his history. His bloodline has deep roots. He is the descendant of the emperor of the unclean race, because and absorbed the foreheads of the unclean race who came to the convention to become stronger and make the future line of rule the only one. Luo now definitely couldn't figure out who was in front of them, especially since this person knew everything about the great Tao and its secrets, which made him respectful. Linvieth introduced himself by name to establish rapport and express his respect for the ancient traditions and wisdom they had encountered. The boatman asked him to tell him what the Great Tao was, in an attempt to better understand the philosophy and teachings followed by everyone on their current journey. Linvieth began to answer that he divides the Great Tao into 3 phases: past, present, and future, each of which unifies the unity of the Tao. The man was very surprised, for by analyzing the past and present one can predict the future. It opened his eyes, for such a young mind could comprehend such knowledge. Linvieth thanked Brahma for his wisdom and support, recognizing the importance of his teachings and his personal achievements and spiritual development. The man thanked him for the revelation, realizing that his knowledge could change many aspects of their world and personal destiny, opening new horizons, and then began to transform, actually turning into a fruit, symbolizing the attainment of the highest level of cultivation and magical power that many aspire to. He then transformed completely, and the Brahma fruit was born, symbolizing the great achievement in their spiritual path, reflecting the results of their efforts. Loho immediately used the bloodthirst technique, wanting to test his abilities in battle and identify his opponent's weaknesses that could be exploited in battle. Linvieth asked, suddenly deciding to suddenly attack. It was a pity that entering Dao had weakened him greatly, creating a vulnerability that could be used against him. After that, without even looking at him, he repelled this attack, displaying his strength and martial arts prowess, a proof of his power. Luo immediately flew several meters away from him, amazed by the power and reaction speed of the protagonist, who showed his superior training. He called him an active man and told him to take the fruit for himself, expressing his willingness to surrender in this battle, recognizing his inability to overpower his opponent. Well, after that, he actually began to take the fruit himself, seeking to capitalize on the fruit of his efforts that he had put in at that moment. Linvieth said that it had many flaws in it, and he didn't even notice how his acolyte Yinkui had died, pointing out his doubts about the predictions. After that, Linvieth used some technique and simply cut off the man's arm, showing his determination and strength to stop him. The man was very much surprised because of this, feeling fear and wonder at the unexpected turn of events that had taken place in their battle. He now realized who had killed his acolyte, which would forever change his attitude towards the events and people he encountered. He had only been informed that tinge had sent him to the thought dimension. He had already prepared to destroy her, not expecting it to be the bow's doing. Linvieth said that was correct, and he killed his destroy minion, confirming his actions and intentions in this conflict. His arm was severed, as was his, and his technique left an indelible mark on his body and spirit, confirming his danger. Now the fetus was finally in the protagonist's possession, symbolizing his victory and achievement in this battle that proved decisive. The man, of course, disagreed and told him not to even dream of victory, continuing to fight for his interests. And then they both touched the fruit, wanting to share its magical power and wisdom despite the conflict that divided them. While the man was nervous, Linvieth was smiling in contrast, expressing confidence and joy at the upcoming interaction and resolution of the conflict. And then they literally tore the fruit between them, dividing it and the symbolic fruits of their efforts and struggles they had put into this battle. Now it is up to the two of them to take some of the fruit away from each other to preserve the magical and symbolic properties it brings. At that moment, someone shouted that the head of the uncleanness had been defeated, causing a change in their current situation and creating new opportunities. The man looked up and saw the people on the cloud, which indicated that significant events were approaching. Tinge insistently requested that they urgently help the viceroy, as the situation required their immediate intervention and coordinated action. The man decided that he would be the first to attack, as he felt it was necessary in order to change the course of the battle in his favor and show his determination. And Linvieth, at this moment, decided to bite into the fruit to take advantage of its magical properties and feel its power, which he might need. He then diminutively experienced it, and completely ate it to absorb all of its energy and integrate it into his cultivation, strengthening his abilities. And after that, he was completely changed as his body and strength underwent a significant change, giving him new abilities in battle. He was glad that he was finally able to increase his strength level again and reach new heights in his cultivation. He was now at the turn of the cycle, for the Brahma fruit had not all consumed him yet. All that remained was to seal it in Danshan, the seed of his life force. He realized that something interesting was about to happen, something that could significantly affect his future development and the course of events in this world. Luo began to use a killing formation at this moment to effectively attack his enemies and protect himself from their attacks. He created some sort of shield to shield himself from his opponents, protecting himself from their attacks and strengthening his position in this conflict. He realized that his opponents were too strong and he needed to display his full power to deal with them. Tinge began to create strength and told him to go to hell, showing his determination and unyielding strength in this conflict. They attacked at once to break him, but he realized that his strength was running low, making his situation more difficult. Chuang realized that Linvieth was a sneak, and that he was not actually the messenger, now threatening the life of the head of the unclean. The man told the head that he would save him at this moment. Hunmen couldn't understand what the man started to do, and his actions seemed strange and unpredictable to him in this tense moment. Luo began to tell the man to help him, and promised that his cultivation level would increase as a result of this union. Linvieth asked him if he valued human kindness, emphasizing the importance of moral and ethical aspects in their relationship. And in that moment, his heart pity changed themselves, realizing that he was facing a complex moral dilemma that required deep reflection. Linvieth then told him to look at what was happening, realizing the importance of the current moment and its implications. Of course, the man immediately began to die in front of everyone's eyes, showing his vulnerability and the consequences of his actions in this conflict. Luo recognized in this bloody heart sacrifice that there was also a bit of the unholy in him that bound their fates together. But Linvieth said that this is not the case, for he is him, and despite his power, he is a protector of good and peace. Of course, everyone was very much surprised, for they had done so much to leave so easily. Luo asked him if he really wanted to let him go, testing his intentions and willingness to forgive in this conflict. Linvieth said it was enter or die, expressing his resolve and the consequences that would come in their world. Of course, the man did not reason for long and immediately lost his eye, symbolizing his defeat and loss of power in this battle. He called him an interesting man. So be it, he insisted. By next time have him wash his neck and wait for him. Linvieth said he could go, but he would have to answer for his bad deed, emphasizing the importance of taking responsibility for his actions. At this point, he used the bloody heart sacrifice again, showing his strength and determination in this conflict. The man called him a cursed man, insinuating that his actions had caused trouble and he was now doomed to exile. He realized that he could not stay here any longer. He needed to leave as soon as possible to avoid future danger and trouble. Just at that moment, that large eye suddenly appeared again. The woman told them to keep their guard up and be ready to fight, as danger was near and imminent. The eye turned around and began to look around at this moment, as if assessing their situation and intentions, which caused tension. He noticed a man who at this moment was running away from them, unclean, trying to avoid the predictable consequences of his actions. The woman was surprised that he simply walked away, showing a complete lack of desire to fight or stay put. Linvieth said that it was the 7th emperor. If they didn't let the head of the unclean go, he would find them. At this moment, Linvieth felt something inside. Uncleanness, it was a sense of approaching danger or an internal change. He immediately ground to the ground, realizing that his strength required a more strategic approach in this battle or conflict. Everyone immediately began to worrying about him and asked if he was injured, showing concern and worrying about his condition. Linvieth said that he didn't hurt him. It was all that stuff he took from him and stroked. Hunmen is certainly not a tailspin, but in the place of the protagonist, unclean, meaning that he should be more careful in his actions. Linvieth asked the elders who he had gotten such a grip from, implying that they should go back and discuss the way forward. Tinge reported that the ruler had dealt with the Flying Immortals and Scarlet Sky Palace with them, and they were now awaiting her return. Let him step in and tell her that they had sorted everything out here and there was nothing for her to come to. It was still unclear how the viceroy would deal with her injury. At this moment, Linvieth was simply meditating, unclean, to focus or regain his strength in silence and reflection. He couldn't understand why Mingyu was looking at him like that, to which she replied that she was afraid he had died, and it bothered her. But this wasn't unclean, otherwise he would have died already without a numerical number of times. In 100,000 years, over 30 million days, it would be too much. The girl at this point was confused at all. Unclean, because of all these events and their unexpected twists and turns that were confusing. Linvieth told her not to worry, he had everything under control, and suggested that she see for herself that he was in full health.